Chapter 742, Identification Results, Confirmed Biological. _1 The two elderly people propped each other up as they walked out. Old Master Jing said, "Qing, what did Shaoran say?" "Sometimes the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." Old Master Jing didn't want to experience that feeling of loss again. Judging from Xiaoran's tone, it should be good news. Old Madame Jing's voice was trembling. On the phone, Dr. Xiaoran's voice was filled with suppressed joy. This time, it must be for sure. Really? Old Master Zheng's eyes turned red. "Yes," said old Madame Zheng, nodding. "Quick, change your clothes. We need to leave right now." Old Master Zheng had just been weeding the garden, and there was a fair amount of dirt on his clothes. "What's the point of changing? Let's go." At this moment, old Master Zheng was in no mood to change his clothes. He was desperate to get to Dr. Xiaoran's place immediately to see the results. Nothing is more important than his own daughter. "If you don't want to change, then let's go." Old Madame Zheng took old Master Zheng's sleeve and headed out. The two were hurrying and ran into Zheng Lingling at the door. Seeing the two elders in such a hurry, Zheng Lingling asked with concern, "Mom, Dad, where are you rushing off to?" Before the matter was confirmed, old Madame Zheng didn't want to tell Zheng Lingling, "Your father and I have promised each other that we will go to see a play at 11 o'clock this morning, and it's almost time. Let me drive you." Zheng Lingling followed the elders. She always felt that old Master Zheng and old Madame Zheng were hiding something from her. It was not as simple as watching a play. These two old farts. Old Madame Zheng and old Master Zheng got in the car, and denied, "Lingling, you stay at home. There are other things to do at home. Your father and I will go first." After speaking, she closed the car door and said to the driver in front, "Xiaolu, let's go." Zheng Lingling looked at the car leaving a trail of dust. There was only dissatisfaction in her eyes. Now, Zheng Lingling could basically conclude that old Madame Zheng and old Master Zheng were not just going out to watch a play. What the hell these two old bastards are hiding from her? Does it have something to do with Zheng Tingting? So many years have passed, Zheng Tingting is still not dead? Zheng Lingling turned and walked towards the villa. Just at this moment, as if she suddenly remembered something, she squinted, turned her head and looked at the maid. "Get Xiaozhang for me, I have to go out." "Yes, madam." The maid nodded. In a little while, Zheng Lingling took a car and arrived at a common residential area. This was where Dr. Jiang lived. Aunt Jiang. When Zheng Lingling arrived, Dr. Jiang was sipping tea on the sofa. The room was rather old, with a worn-out black and white TV set on the table. Hearing this, Dr. Jiang put down her tea with surprise. "Lingling, what brings you here?" Zheng Lingling followed with, "I specifically came to thank you. After taking your medicine, my mom and dad have improved a lot. I haven't heard my mom cough for a month." Dr. Jiang squinted her eyes. "Is the tonic still being cooked every day?" "Every day," Zheng Lingling replied. Dr. Jiang stood up from the sofa. "I am really relieved to hear this. But even though your parents are much better now, they still need the daily tonic." "Okay." Zheng Lingling nodded. Dr. Jiang went to the wooden shelf and picked up a white plastic bottle. "If you keep taking the same medicine, the bacteria in the body will develop immunity. The old medicine won't work for your mother anymore. Replace it with this one." "Okay, thank you, Aunt Jiang." Zheng Lingling took the bottle. Dr. Jiang said, "I and your mother have been old friends for decades. There's no need to thank. By the way, there's one more thing." Zheng Lingling continued. "Tell me." Zheng Lingling glanced out the window, then lowered her voice and whispered something in Dr. Jiang's ear. Hearing this, Dr. Jiang's face changed. "Don't worry, a soldier will block the way and the water will cover the earth." Dr. Jiang continued, "Besides, this is just your speculation. Go home first." Zheng Lingling hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Wait a moment." Dr. Jiang called out to Zheng Lingling's retreating figure. Zheng Lingling turned around. "What's wrong, Aunt Jiang?" "You wait here for me." After speaking, Dr. Jiang turned around and walked towards the inner room. After a while, Dr. Jiang came out, with an extra bag in her hand. Chapter 743, Identification Result, Confirmed Biological. _2. What is this? Zheng Lingling asked, puzzled. Dr. Jiang said, spring is coming soon, so this is a sweat that I knitted for Xianjing. She can start wearing it as a coat when the weather warms. Zheng Lingling was taken aback. Don't you have vertigo? Dr. Jiang suffered from vertigo that did not affect her daily life. Still, every time she did work that required bending down, her task resulted in unbearable dizziness, with sparkles in her vision. For fine work like knitting a sweater, the sweat and time she put in were many times more than ordinary people. For a time, Zheng Lingling was deeply moved. Dr. Jiang laughed and said, it's just a sweater, no big deal. I don't even know if Xianjing would like it. Zheng Lingling immediately said, she will love it. Xianjing will absolutely like it. How could Xianjing not enjoy a hand-knitted sweater like this? Furthermore, it symbolizes Dr. Jiang's goodwill. That's good. Dr. Jiang continued, all right, you should go back now. Zheng Lingling nodded, Aunt Jiang, they'll be leaving now. Dr. Jiang nodded, watching as Zheng Lingling left. Back home, Zheng Lingling handed the sweater knitted with love by Dr. Jiang to Zheng Xianjing and mysteriously said, Xianjing, see what's inside. What is it? Zheng Xianjing took the bag. What's the big mystery? You'll know when you see it. Zheng Lingling replied. Zheng Xianjing opened the bag and pulled out a yellow cardigan sweater and grimaced, oh my god. This sweater's color is horrific. It's shit yellow. Mom, did you buy this? Your taste is truly terrible. Zheng Lingling frowned slightly. What kind of things are you saying? What do you mean shit yellow? Isn't this color beautiful? Whatever, I don't like it. Zheng Xianjing carelessly tossed the sweater aside. Zheng Lingling picked up the sweater again. This is knitted by your Granny Jiang. It's a token of her affection. How can you talk like this? Thinking of Jiang, the doctor with vertigo, insisting on knitting a sweater for Zheng Xianjing, Zheng Lingling's heart ached. What Granny Jiang? Zheng Xianjing continued. I think she didn't have good intentions. Last time I heard it outside the study room loud and clear. She told grandmother, a foster daughter can never equal a biological one, and even coaxed Granny to not give up on finding her biological daughter. Ever since she overheard that conversation outside the study, Zheng Xianjing couldn't find a single thing to like about Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang just muddied the waters, a cunning and petty individual. Zheng Lingling sighed, Xianjing, you're still young and don't understand some things. You just need to know one thing. Granny Jiang is really fond of you. She suffers from severe vertigo. Do you know how difficult it is for her to finish knitting this sweater? Zheng Xianjing managed a laugh. What does her vertigo have to do with me? It's not like I begged her to knit this sweater. Did she think that winning her over was that easy by using such a low-end strategy? Only Zheng Lingling could be deceived that easily. How could you be so ungrateful? Zheng Lingling said in frustration, look, Granny Jiang gave you a sweater despite having severe vertigo. What about your grandmother? Your grandmother is physically well. What has she given you? Compared to Granny Zheng, Dr. Jiang is more like a grandmother. Granny Zheng had never personally made anything for Zheng Xianjing. Zheng Xianjing snorted, they're both no good. Granny Zheng only ever cared about her biological daughter and never treated herself like her own granddaughter, and Dr. Jiang was only nice to her because of the Zheng family status. She was clearly a flatterer. Their kind is, in essence, fawning toadies. Zheng Lingling glared, Xianjing. How could you talk about Granny Jiang like that? Zheng Xianjing, at a loss for words, said, Mom, what on earth are you trying to say? Is it all for the sake of this shit-colored sweater? Is it worth it? For the last time, this sweater is not shit yellow. Zheng Lingling suppressed her anger. In a few days your Granny Jiang will come for Granny's physical checkup. By that time you'd better put it on and thank Granny Jiang properly. If you want to wear it you can, I won't. Zheng Lingling then said, if you don't want to wear it, that's fine too. But if you want, you can forget about getting your allowance this month. Granny Zheng gives Zheng Xianjing 4,500 yuan in allowance every month. Although the money comes from Granny Zheng, it goes through Zheng Lingling's hands first. Chapter 744, Identification Result, confirmed to be biological. _3. Zheng Xianjing frowned, then took the sweater. I understand. Zheng Lingling sighed. Xianjing, one day you will understand my intentions. Dr. Zioran's lab is quite a distance from the Zheng family home. Zheng Patriarch is a very patient man, but today, patience seems to have lost its effect on him. He kept urging the driver, almost as if he wanted to jump out of the car. Xiaolu, hurry up. Even faster. Xiaolu said, Old master, this is as fast as I can go. The old man frowned discontentedly. The fastest speed is still so slow. It seems we need to get a new car. Zheng Matriarch was also very anxious. Xiaolu, isn't there a shortcut? Let's take the shortcut. Xiaolu said, Old master, old mistress, please don't worry. This is the fastest I can go. I think we should be able to reach Dr. Zioran's lab in about 10 more minutes. These 10 minutes felt longer than 10 years for the old couple. Finally, the car stopped in front of the lab. The patriarch couldn't wait and hopped out of the car, followed by the matriarch. In his haste, the old man almost tripped over a stone, but Xiaolu was able to lend support just in time. Old master, please be careful. Hearing noises outside, Dr. Xiaoran, dressed in his white lab coat, came out of the lab. Qing, Uncle Zheng, you're here. Xiaoran. The matriarch grabbed hold of Dr. Zioran's hand. Even the usually reticent patriarch asked, Xiaoran, what's the status of the test results? Dr. Zioran's face showed no particular expression. He replied, Qing, Uncle Zheng, please don't worry. Come inside and we'll talk. Seeing Dr. Xiaoran behaving like this, the couple felt a thump in their hearts. Were they going to be disappointed again? Xiaoran, just tell Qing straight up if that girl is my Tingting or not. Tears welled up in the matriarch's eyes. Dr. Xiaoran invited them to sit on the sofa. Qing, would you and Uncle Zheng like a cup of tea? Prepare yourselves mentally, and they'll get the report. Prepare mentally? Could it be that Enitsuhua really wasn't their daughter? The matriarch's smile quickly vanished, and the patriarch's mood became complex at that moment. They had hoped all along. Why must reality be so cruel? Why, just why? The patriarch let out a long sigh, covered his face with both hands, his heart filled with sorrow. This kind of discomfort was beyond words. Dr. Xiaoran quickly came back with the DNA test report in hand. Uncle Zheng, here. The patriarch was lost in pain, and he didn't have the mood to accept the report. The matriarch took the report with trembling hands. The report was full of professional jargon. She skimmed through it, went straight to the last line. The genes of the examined align with the genetic conditions of the listed parents. The probability of their biological relationship has been calculated to be 9,999% at the bottom. There was a red seal. Confirmed biological. Confirmed biological. The expression on the matriarch's face shifted from infinite sadness to boundless joy. She was as happy at this moment as she was heartbroken when she lost her daughter. Thank God. This couldn't be more wonderful. The matriarch was so overjoyed that she cried, pressing the report to her chest, and started sobbing, Tingting. My Tingting. Zheng Jun. Old man. We found our Tingting. Heaven has shown mercy. The patriarch paused, looking at his wife. What did you say? She's ours. She's our biological Tingting. She is our Tingting. Look at this. The matriarch was almost babbling with joy. The patriarch reigned in his overwhelming joy and took the report with trembling hands. When he saw the red stamp that said, confirmed biological, tears welled up in his eyes. He had waited so many years. At last, he had found his biological daughter. She was his daughter. He knew his intuition wouldn't be wrong. Ah Ching. Old woman. We have found Tingting. We have found Tingting. We finally found Tingting. The patriarch hugged the matriarch and they both wept together. Dr. Xiaoran, standing nearby, smiled and said, Ah Ching, Uncle Zheng, it's good news that we found Tingting. You two should stop crying. Yes, Xiaoran is right, this is good news. We shouldn't cry. The matriarch accepted the handkerchief Dr. Xiaoran offered, wiping away tears from the patriarch's face. Chapter 745, Identification Result, Confirmed Biological. _4. Old Mr. Jing turned his head obstinately, I'm not crying. Xiaoran, thank you. Old Mistress Zhang looked at Dr. Xiaoran. Ah Ching, it's my duty. Dr. Xiaoran replied. Old Mr. Zhang stood up anxiously, let's go, Ah Ching. We're going to find our daughter. All right. The two elderly people left the laboratory and got in the car. This time, they were even more eager than when they were on their way to the lab. Ah Ching, do you think I look okay in these clothes? Old Mr. Zhang was both anxious to see his daughter and worried about his appearance. Old Mistress Zhang smiled with tears in her eyes, look at you, your clothes are all covered in mud. I told you to change before we left. The couple sat restlessly in the car. Do you think Tingting will recognize us? Asked Old Mistress Zhang nervously. Will she blame me for not taking good care of her when she was young? It was all my fault, all my fault. If I had been more vigilant, we wouldn't have lost our Tingting. Old Mr. Zhang consoled her, it wasn't your fault, Ah Ching. It wasn't. Soon, they arrived at the village entrance. Old Mr. Zhang and Mistress Zhang hurriedly got out of the car and practically ran towards the Ni family's courtyard. In no time, they arrived at the Ni family's courtyard. Old Mistress Zhang looked at Old Mr. Zhang, Jing Jun, do you have the identification report? We'll need to show it to our child. Old Mr. Zhang took the report out of his pocket immediately, got it. Once the identification report was found, Old Mistress Zhang knocked on the door. Bang bang bang. Each knock getting more urgent than the last. Then, the door opened. The two elderly people were overjoyed, Tingting. But instead of Ni Tsuehua, it was Shengguan Dehui who opened the door, Uncle Zheng, Aunt Zheng. Where's Tingting? Oh wait, where's Dia? Asked Old Mistress Zheng. She's in the yard. Before Shengguan Dehui could finish speaking, Old Mr. Zheng and Old Mistress Zheng charged into the house. Shengguan Dehui rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When did Uncle and Aunt Zheng get so fast? He couldn't help but think that the look of disappointment on their faces when they saw him was unmistakable. Was he really that disappointing? Shengguan Dehui closed the door in confusion. When Old Master Zheng and Old Mistress Zheng rushed in, Ni Tsuehua was feeding a rabbit some vegetables. Tingting. Old Mr. Zheng and Old Mistress Zheng ran over and hugged Ni Tsuehua tightly, Tingting. Our dear daughter, we've finally found you. Ni Tsuehua was stunned. What's going on? Upon finally seeing their child, whom they had longed for day and night, the elderly couple couldn't help weeping. Shengguan Dehui was also a bit taken aback, as Ni Tsuehua had told him about her origins. He didn't expect her biological parents to show up so soon. Uncle Zheng, Aunt Zheng, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Ni Tsuehua wiped away the tears from Old Mr. and Mistress Zheng. Although she had long known she wasn't her parents' biological daughter, the idea that Old Mr. and Mistress Zheng could be her biological parents was hard to believe. This was too incredible. Shengguan Dehui stepped forward and said, Uncle Zheng, Aunt Zheng, this is not a joking matter. How are you so certain that Dia is your biological daughter? He knew that the Zheng family had lost a daughter many years ago, and he could understand the elder couple's feelings. But if this turns out to be a misunderstanding, then the ones hurt wouldn't just be the elderly couple. Ni Tsuehua had always been curious to know what her biological parents looked like, and their reasons for abandoning her. Old Mistress Zheng choked back her sobs and said, we didn't mistake her. We didn't. Dia is our daughter. She's Tingting. Old man, Jing Jun, quickly show her the identification report. They have had misunderstandings in the past, which was why old mistress and Mr. Zheng were so cautious this time, waiting for the identification results before acknowledging their daughter. Old Mr. Zheng handed the report to Shangguan Dehui with trembling hands. Shangguan Dehui took the report and was shocked after reading it. So, Enai Tsuhua really was the biological daughter of old Mr. and Mistress Zheng. Shangguan Dehui passed the report to Enai Tsuhua. Dia, Uncle Zheng and Aunt Zheng are your biological parents. Enai Tsuhua took the report and as she read the words on it, her eyes filled with tears. Chapter 746, Identification Result, Confirmed Biological. _5. She never dreamed that one day her biological parents would come looking for her in her lifetime. This all felt too surreal. Was she dreaming? My daughter, my poor daughter, I'm sorry. Mrs. Zheng hugged Enai Tsuehua again. Mr. Zheng stood to the side, wiping his tears. Why did you abandon me? Enai Tsuehua asked. This is probably the question deep in the hearts of every abandoned child. Why did they abandon her? Since they didn't want her, why did they give birth to her in the first place? Thinking back on her past, Enai Tsuehua felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Her adoptive father had sold her cheaply to Mu Jinbao for money. At the Mu family, she had had her fill of life's bitterness. Why? Now, seeing her biological parents, she just wanted to understand why. My child, I'm sorry, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Zheng sobbed as she recounted the past. 35 years ago, life was not as prosperous as it is now. The nation was going through a turbulent period, and there was a shortage of talents. Mr. and Mrs. Zheng, due to their unique jobs, had to work 5,000 kilometers away from Beijing. At that time, Jing Tingting was only 3 years old. The 3-year-old Tingting was very smart. Not only could she count to 100, but she could also recite 300 Tang poems. In her free time, Mrs. Zheng would also teach her English. Despite the tough living conditions in the mountainous region, the family of 3 was very happy. But their happiness was short-lived. One day, while Mrs. Zheng was taking Tingting to the temple fair, she got lost in the crowd. Mrs. Zheng was almost distraught and searched for 3 days and 3 nights without any sleep but still could not find Tingting. Mr. Zheng would never forget that day. The day he found his wife. Mrs. Zheng had been unrecognizable. Her once spotlessly clean appearance was now filthy and foul, covered in injuries. She constantly called out for Tingting's name, but she did not have any tears left to cry. Perhaps only those who have experienced it can understand a mother's heart. Mr. Zheng couldn't bear to blame her. After his job was done, he took Mrs. Zheng back to Beijing and hired a foreign psychologist to help her. Mrs. Zheng's condition improved until Jiang Yan brought Zheng Lingling across the Pacific Ocean to meet her. Both of them had lost a beloved daughter, both of them had lost a family member. This shared suffering made Mrs. Zheng transfer all her love for her daughter to Zheng Lingling. But after that, Mrs. Zheng would visit the place where Tingting was lost every year. They never gave up looking for their daughter, but fate seemed to be constantly playing tricks on them. Fortunately this time, they finally found her. Tingting. My child, we are finally reunited as a family, thanks to God's will. We will never separate again, Mrs. Zheng sobbed till she lost her voice. The news about the Zheng family had caused quite a stir in Beijing years ago. Shangguan Dehui had heard bits and pieces of it. Dia, the situation is indeed as Aunt Zheng described. She did not lie. Upon Shangguan Dehui's confirmation, Enai Tsuehua let go of her doubts, hugged Mr. and Mrs. Zheng tightly and said, Mom. Dad. AI. Tingting. My daughter. The elderly couple had waited so many years to hear these 2 words. The words Mom and Dad may seem simple. They consist of only 14 strokes in total. Probably only Mr. and Mrs. Zheng knew how much effort they had put in to hear this call of a mom and dad. They had been through so many false alarms. After the old couple had slightly calmed down, Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua guided them to the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Zheng would hardly leave Ni Kuihua's side for a moment. They both held Ni Kuihua's hand on either side, as if afraid she would disappear the next second. The elderly couple surrounded Ni Tsuehua and talked to her about many things. Tingting, your full name is Zheng Tingting. Zheng from Zhengye, and Ting is the Ting from Pingting, graceful. Your dad has 2 younger brothers, your uncles, and also you have an aunt called Zheng Suyu, she lives in our house. Ni Tsuehua felt very strange at this moment. Her surname was originally Zheng. And her previous name was Zheng Tingting. Besides her parents, she had other relatives. Oh yes, Tingting, there's one more important thing I have to tell you. Mrs. Zheng continued. You may speak. Mrs. Zheng was carefully choosing her words, then she said, after you were lost, I adopted a daughter who is 4 years older than you. Her name was Chao Lingrui, but she changed it to Zheng Lingling. Lingling's mom was your aunt, who was my only sister. Your aunt and her husband died in a plane crash, and only Lingling was left. Chapter 747, Identification Result, Confirmed Biological. _6. She was afraid that Ni Tsuehua might take umbrage. After all, she had adopted Zheng Lingling shortly after Ni Tsuehua went missing. Yet after she explained, there were no particular changes on Ni Kuihua's face. Because to her, Zheng Lingling has also been unfortunate, losing her parents at the age of 7. It was only natural that Zheng's grandmother, the only relative Lingling had in the world, had adopted her. Seeing Ni Tsuehua didn't blame her, Zheng's grandfather and grandmother breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng's grandfather continued, Child, you've heard your mother's story, but we still don't know, how have you lived these years? I've been okay. Everything had happened a long time ago, and Ni Tsuehua didn't want to add to her parents' sadness. Dia had a very hard life. Shangguan Dehui suddenly interjected. When Dia was just a teenager, she was sold by her adoptive father to a family named Mu in a neighboring village. She had a horrible time there. The Muse abused her physically and verbally, blaming her for not delivering a son. They even discarded Dia's 3 newborn daughters, and then, since their marriage, there were hardly any secrets between Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui. Sometimes, only the crying child will get the milk. What's more, these were all things Ni Tsuehua had personally experienced. The situation would seem grossly unfair to Ni Tsuehua if she just casually dismissed that past. Vastly unfair. Zheng's grandfather and grandmother, who had managed to stop crying, broke down again at this point. Tingting, my poor child. We have let you suffer all these years, it's all our fault. All our fault. If only we had found you sooner, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. We're sorry. We're very sorry. The things that Shangguan Dehui said can be unbearable to hear, enough to make one's hair stand on end. Nobody knew how Ni Tsuehua had made it through all those years. Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang felt utterly heartbroken. They were struggling. Ni Tsuehua comforting Zhang's grandfather and grandmother, it's okay now. It's all over already, isn't it? The atmosphere in the living room was somewhat heavy. When Ni Yang and Mo Qishan returned from the river with little Ni Yun, this was the sight that greeted them. They all wore coronets made of willow on their heads. Yang, Xiaoma, you're back, Ni Tsuehua wiped the tears from her face. Come here, come. Ni Yang and Mo Qishan exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. They walked over, holding little Ni Yun. With a hoarse voice, Ni Tsuehua said, Yun Yun, this is your grandfather and grandmother. Technically, Ni Yang should call Zheng's grandmother and grandfather, grandpa and grandma. But since the old couple didn't have a son of their own, according to custom, they should be addressed as grandfather and grandmother. Grandfather, grandmother? What's going on? Ni Yang was confused for a moment. Mo Qishan was also slightly taken aback. Little Ni Yun, however, held her arms open to Zheng's grandfather. Grandpa, hold me. Zheng's grandfather took little Ni Yun with teary eyes. Yun. This was his own granddaughter. His own. Jing's grandfather was extremely excited. Jing's grandmother clutched Nai Yang's hand, her voice trembling with emotion. Good child, let grandma take a look at you. No wonder, the first time I saw you, I felt so close to you. Darling, grandfather and grandmother finally found you. The 4 generations of the family held each other in a tight embrace. Their family was finally reunited. Nai Yang had a general idea of what was happening. It would seem that Jing's grandfather and grandmother were Nai Kuihua's biological parents. Sure enough, Shengguan Dihui's next words confirmed this. Yang, Uncle Zheng and Aunt Zheng are your mother's biological parents. So it's true. Nai Tsuhua introduced Imo Qishan to Jing's grandfather and grandmother, mom and dad. This is Yang Yang's boyfriend Xiaoma. Imo Qishan politely responded, Grandfather Zheng, Grandmother Zheng. Both Jing family and Imo family were close friends, so the old couple knew Imo Qishan well. Technically, Imo Qishan should call them uncle and aunt. Addressing them as grandfather and grandmother felt somewhat strange. Xiaoma. Jing's grandmother smilingly said, we didn't have time to prepare a red envelope today, well definitely make it up to you later. Even if this Imo Qishan was a bit useless. He was good-looking and gentle, not as bad as rumored. He and Nai Yang looked good together. And even if Imo Qishan were truly worthless, so what? Jing family was wealthy enough to afford to keep a Imo Qishan. Since Nai Yang liked him, then as elders, they will certainly offer their full support. Jing's grandfather and grandmother stayed with the Nai family until it was dark and then went home. They had initially wanted to take Nai Tsuehua and her family back to the Zheng household, but many preparations hadn't been made in advance, hence the old couple left first to get things ready. After all, their long-lost daughter was here, and wouldn't suddenly disappear again. They wanted to hold a grand family reunion ceremony. The old couple returned home with smiles on their faces. Zheng Lingling asked, Mom, Dad, did something good happen? Jing's grandfather bragged, Lingling, I've got some good news for you. What good news? Zheng Lingling asked in confusion. Jing's grandfather couldn't wait to share the exciting news with Zheng Lingling. Lingling, we've found your sister. Sister? Zheng Lingling's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Zheng Tingting? Zheng Tingting was not dead? Zheng Lingling still maintained a smile on her face, feigning surprise. Is it Tingting? Jing's grandmother nodded with tears in her eyes. Yes. It's your sister Tingting. We finally found her after all these years. What? Zheng Tingting is actually alive. Zheng Lingling was struggling to keep her smile. Mom, Dad, are you sure? Don't let it be a false alarm like the last few times. These 2 old people. They just said a few days ago to Dr. Jiang that they wouldn't look for their biological daughter anymore. How come they found Zheng Tingting so quickly? She knew it, they never treated her as their own daughter from the start. Terrible. Just terrible. Zheng's grandmother said firmly, we won't be wrong this time, we absolutely won't. It's Tingting, my daughter. Suppressing her bitterness, Zheng Lingling continued, Mom, people are so fickle these days. There are so many people out there trying to associate with the powerful and wealthy. We must investigate everything thoroughly to avoid inviting the wolf into the house. By the way, have you done a paternity test? Who conducted it? Chapter 748, Recognize Relatives. _1 Zheng Lingling felt extremely upset. If Zheng Tingting were really found and brought back, what would happen to her and Jing Xianjing? The return of Zheng Tingting would mean she is coming back to fight for the family inheritance. All these years, she had devotedly served these 2 old creatures, and this was the outcome she was facing. Mom, this is a big deal, we can't rush this. Zheng Lingling continued. There will be no mistake this time. We have already done the identification. She is my Tingting, my poor Tingting who suffered a lot in the past. As she spoke, the old lady Jing burst into tears. Can I see the identification? Zheng Lingling asked next. The old man Zheng handed Zheng Lingling the identification papers. As she took the papers, she went pale in shock. She had thought that the old Mr. and Mrs. Zheng had merely found someone who looked like Zheng Tingting. She had never thought that these two old creatures had even got a parent-child identification done. If the identification had not been done, there might have been ways to salvage the situation. But now that it was done, what could she do? Zheng Lingling wished she could tear the paper to shreds right then and there. Mom, Dad, when did you get this identified? This is such a huge joyous event, why didn't you tell us about it? Zheng Lingling managed to keep her anger under control. When they went to Dr. Wang's to get the test, hadn't they already had Jing Xianjing's hair replaced? When had they secretly gone again to get an identification done behind her back? Mrs. Zheng replied, we only got the result recently. Your father and I discussed it, and we didn't tell you because we were afraid it would be a false alarm. Ah, I see. Zheng Lingling said concernedly, Mom, Dad, congrats on finding Tingting. Oh, by the way, where is Tingting now? Why didn't she come back with you? Mrs. Zheng continued, your sister Tingting is at home right now. Your father and I have discussed it and are planning to throw a grand party for her homecoming and formally recognize our ancestors. Zheng Lingling's jealous heart was near twisting as she said, yes, it's indeed a great occasion to find Tingting after so long. We should throw a big party. Mom, let me take care of the banquet this time, I'll make sure it's grand. Mrs. Zheng smiled and said, Lingling, your willingness is enough. For this family reunion, your father and I want to personally take charge. We owe Tingting so much, we want to make it up to her. Handling the event personally, and leaving it to Zheng Lingling, would carry different meanings. See? This was the difference between a biological daughter and an adopted daughter. Now that the biological daughter had come back, the adoption daughter had become as insignificant as a blade of grass. She was even deprived of the privileges of organizing the banquet. If only she could remember that all the banquets of the Zheng family, big or small, had always been organized by her. Zheng Lingling suppressed her feelings and kept a smiling face. That leaves you and Dad with all the work then. Oh right, Mom, Dad, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I specifically asked the kitchen to save some food for you. I'll serve it to you upstairs now. Mrs. Zheng smiled and replied, you don't need to bother Lingling, your father and I already ate at Tingting's. The corners of Zheng Lingling's smile almost drooped. All right then, Mom, Dad, you two should get some rest early. Mrs. Zheng nodded, you should also rest early, Lingling. Zheng Lingling returned to her third-floor bedroom, still smiling. As soon as she closed the door, her face changed. Her eyes were filled with malice. What's wrong? Who has upset you again? Zheng Lingling's husband, sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, looked up at Zheng Lingling as she entered. Zheng Lingling's husband was named Sun Wu. As a son-in-law who had married into the family, he didn't have much presence in the Zheng family. Zheng Lingling said angrily, you're still in the mood to read the newspaper, we won't have a foothold in the Zheng family soon. What happened? Sun Wu put down his newspaper. They found their biological daughter. Zheng Lingling said. Sun Wu was surprised, they actually found her. Would I joke about such a thing? Zheng Lingling was so angry, everything was irritating her. Sun Wu continued, this is unbelievable. She's been missing for 35 years and they found her. Where did they find her? They hid it so well, I hadn't heard a word beforehand. Sun Wu had never thought that Zheng Tingting, who had been missing for 35 years, could be found. Zheng Lingling got even angrier as she listened, and she grabbed a pillow and threw it at Sun Wu, Mother. You're still calling her mother. Do you think she considers you as her son-in-law? Just wait. Once her biological daughter comes back, our whole family will end up living under a bridge. Chapter 749, Recognize Family. _2. Sun Wu put the pillow on the sofa, then said, it shouldn't be that serious, right? They're pretty nice to us usually, you're just overthinking things. As he finished speaking, Sun Wu continued, by the way, what kind of family was your sister living in before? What's their situation like? I haven't had a chance to ask. Zheng Lingling said then, the only reason those two old folks treated us well before was because they hadn't found their own daughter, and they were counting on us to take care of them in their old age. Now that they've found their biological daughter, who are we to them? At these words, Sun Wu squinted his eyes. From what you're saying, it seems the matter is quite serious. So what should we do now? They wouldn't really throw us out of the house, would they? Logically, a foster daughter wouldn't be as important as a biological one. Zheng Lingling's worries were not without reason. Zheng Lingling stood up from the sofa. No way. I need to find out exactly who Zheng Tingting is right now. She was determined to protect what was hers, and not let anyone take it away. Only by understanding the enemy's situation can we win the next battle. You're going out now? Sun Wu was somewhat surprised. As Zheng Lingling put on her coat and walked out, she said, I might be back very late, you go to sleep first. By the way, make a call to Xianjing's school later and ask her to come back tomorrow. Okay. Sun Wu nodded. Zheng Lingling left in the middle of the night. Upstairs, Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang were discussing how to hold the reunion. That night, some were joyful, some were worried. And some stayed awake all night. The Mo family. Upon hearing of this, Grandfather Mo and Grandmother Mo were both stunned. Sixth brother, is it true? Is your mother-in-law really Auntie Zheng's biological daughter? Grandmother Mo asked. Mo Qishan nodded, it's true. Grandmother Mo then said, no wonder I thought your mother-in-law looked familiar before, I even mentioned it to your father. Previously, it was only a guess. Who could have imagined that Nai Tsuehua was indeed Mrs. Zheng's daughter? After speaking, Grandmother Mo continued, since your mother-in-law is Auntie Zheng's daughter, you can't call her Auntie Zheng anymore, you should call her Grandma like Yang Yang. Grandfather Mo said, with this, our generations have all moved down a notch. With Mo Qishan and Ni Yang together, they and Ni Tsuehua became peers, and Grandfather Zheng and Grandmother Zheng were one generation ahead of them. Grandmother Mo chuckled, let the kids call their own, we will call our own. It's not mixed at all. After all these years, Aching has finally found Tingting. It's been a tough journey. Grandmother Mo was genuinely happy for Grandfather Zheng and Grandmother Zheng. She had been sisters with Grandmother Zheng for a lifetime and she knew how hard her life had been. Now, things are starting to turn around. After they finished talking about the Zheng family, Grandmother Mo looked at Mo Qishan and said, Sixth brother, you won't leave again after you get back this time, right? Mo Qishan took a sip of tea. Once I finish dealing with Yang Yang's family business, they'll have to take a trip to F country. Going to F country again? Grandmother Mo continued, isn't our China good? Why do you always run to F country? You hardly stay at home all year round, aren't you afraid that your wife will run off with someone else? Mo Qishan laughed, don't worry, Yang Yang is not that kind of person. Grandmother Mo sighed, sixth brother, in the future just stay at home honestly, don't go anywhere. We may not have many assets, but we can more than afford to keep you. Grandmother Mo was sincerely worried. Mo Qishan was already 29 this year, and still had nothing to his name, and a bad reputation to boot. Grandfather Mo was also worried, Ni Yang was getting better and better, and he feared that Mo Qishan would not be able to keep up. Your mother is right, you're also not young anymore, you should stop running around in the future, stay honest in Beijing. I'll let Baichuan get you a small position at the company, it's time to settle down. Upon hearing this, Mo Qishan rubbed his temples helplessly, Mom, Dad, I'm okay, I have my own business, I don't need Baichuan's help. Grandfather Mo knocked his pipe on the coffee table, we are your parents, would we look down on you? Fearing that she had hurt Mo Qishan's pride, Grandmother Mo quickly started appeasing him, let's drop it, since the kid doesn't want Baichuan's help, let's not bother Baichuan. Chapter 750, Recognize Family. _3. Old Master Mo sighed. Dad, Mom, I'm going to rest upstairs first, continued Mo Qishan. Go ahead. Old Madam Mo nodded. Wait a sec. Old Master Mo spoke up again. Mo Qishan turned his head, what's up, Dad? Take this, old Master Mo handed Mo Qishan something. Looking at it, Mo Qishan saw it as a bank card. Dad, I'm not strapped for cash now. Mo Qishan returned the card to old Master Mo. As old Master Mo kept a straight face, he said, if I want you to keep it, you keep it. You've been with Yang recently, don't scrimp when you're out. Spend when you should spend, don't worry, we've enough money at home. Dad, I'm really not short of money. Mo Qishan placed the card back on the coffee table and turned to head upstairs. Mo Qishan didn't have a job, nor did he have any savings, so, how could it be possible that he wasn't short of money? Old Master Mo picked up the card intending to follow Mo Qishan, but he caught sight of Xiao Yingying in the corner of the living room, drinking water from a cup shed filled at the water cooler. Xiao Yingying had moved into the Mo family home about 4 months ago, and had never left. Seeing Xiao Yingying, old Master Mo had a pretty good idea of what was happening. Mo Qishan was probably afraid of being ridiculed by Xiao Yingying, and was trying to hold on his last bit of dignity. The kid really had a rough. It was his oversight. Old Master Mo sighed, holding the bank card, he slumped back onto the sofa. Xiao Yingying, over here, had a look of disdain on her face. How old was Mo Qishan? And he actually had the nerve to ask his family for money. She wasn't fooled by his claims of not being short of money or having his own business, she didn't believe a word of it. She was no longer the naive little girl she used to be. In fact, Mo Qishan's reason for doing this was simple. He wanted to attract her attention, he wanted her to fall in love with him. Wasn't this just typical of men? Even though they have a girlfriend, they still flirt around. Did they really think they could deceive her that easily? He was pathetic, thinking he could deceive her. In his dreams. Did he really think she was that naive individual businesswoman, N.I. Yang? Did he think he could make her run around in circles like he did with N.I. Yang? She was going to be the wife of Mr. Mog. The Mo family was a prestigious family. How did they end up with someone like Mo Qishan, a prodigal son? Such family misfortune. Xiao Yingying quickened her pace, walking ahead of Mo Qishan. She hoped that this could serve as a warning to Mo Qishan, that she had heard every word he had just said. Mo Qishan should not harbor any illusions about deceiving her. Xiao Yingying didn't even bother to take a second look at Mo Qishan, she walked past him haughtily. Zheng Lingling didn't get back home until 2 in the morning and Sun Wu was still waiting for her. Why are you still up? Zheng Lingling was somewhat surprised. Am I not waiting for you, said Sun Wu. Oh yes, how is your investigation going? With such a big thing happening, how could he fall asleep? Zheng Lingling took off her coat. I've found out everything. Sun Wu impatiently asked, so, what's the real story of your little sister? Zheng Lingling laughed, she's just a country girl named Enai Tsuehua, even a divorcee. With 2 burdens at her side. A country girl? Hearing this, Sun Wu felt relieved. Countryside folks are naive and easy to deal with. In fact, upon learning that Enai Tsuehua was a country girl, Zheng Lingling also breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, when Enai Tsuehua was in the country, she was married at 16 and knew not a word. She's illiterate, she scoffed, an illiterate girl isn't worthy of setting foot in the Zheng's house. Just wait and see. At the family reuniting ceremony, who knows what antics that country bumpkin will pull. Zheng Lingling squinted her eyes, they'll show that old hag exactly who is suitable to be her real daughter. What do you plan to do? Asked Sun Wu. Zheng Lingling grinned, making a big, illiterate country girl embarrass herself is just the easiest thing in the world. Sun Wu nodded, you're right. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. These days, Old Master and Old Madam Zheng had been hard at work preparing for the family reuniting ceremony. Old Master Zheng had written numerous invitations, inviting all the relatives that had any connection with the Zhengs. Not only that, Old Master and Old Madam Zheng had also booked over 600 tables in Beijing's top 3 hotels, enough for everyone. The Zheng's house was festively decorated and filled with joy. Watching all of these, Zheng Lingling was burning with jealousy inside. The love one gets for being a biological child is simply irreplaceable. Chapter 751, Recognize Family. _4. Even though Anai Tsuehua was just a country bumpkin who couldn't show her face in public, Venerable Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng still liked her so much. Back in the day, when she and Sun Wu got married, the Zheng family didn't celebrate as grandly as they are now. It really is infuriating to compare oneself to others. Mom, do you think Grandma will really transfer half of our family's assets to her biological daughter? She overheard it clearly from outside the door. Split it in half? Zheng Lingling pulled the corners of her mouth. If you were her, would you split half of your assets with a stranger instead of leaving it all to your biological daughter? Mrs. Zheng's words were just for show. She had figured it out. There was not a single truth in this old hag's mouth. Shed claimed that she had given up, that she would not search for her biological daughter any longer, yet the moment she turned her back, she had found her biological daughter. Now they had even arranged a family reunion. Hearing this, Jiang Xianjing shook her head. No. She added, but we've been so good to her. That biological daughter of hers has been missing for who knows how many years, hasn't done anything, and you've been so devoted to our grandparents. How dare she come in and try to take our things? Because that country bumpkin is her own daughter, replied Jing Lingling. I wonder if, after today's public humiliation, Mrs. Jing will still like her biological daughter as much as before. Thinking of this, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed the depths of Zheng Lingling's eyes. Today was the family reunion, and guests began to arrive one after another at the Zheng residence. Everyone was looking forward to seeing the Zheng family's long-lost daughter, missing for 35 years, for the first time. Zheng Lingling and her daughter Zheng Xianjing stood at the entrance, warmly welcoming the guests. The more elegantly and graciously they behaved, the cruder and more vulgar Anai Tsuehua, the country bumpkin, would seem in contrast. Anai Tsuehua, herself a country farmer's wife, undoubtedly had two country bumpkin daughters. How could these two country bumpkin girls compare with Zheng Xianjing, who had been nurtured by wealth since childhood? Zheng Xianjing was a distinguished phoenix. They couldn't even match up to little sparrows. Lingling. Just then, a familiar voice sounded through the air. Zheng Lingling looked up and saw that it was the venerable Mr. and Mrs. Mo, Aunt Mo. Zheng Lingling greeted politely, just realizing that Mo Qishan had also come. What was Mo Qishan doing here? The Mo family wasn't aiming for Zheng Xianjing, right? Mo Qishan was 29 this year, a suitable age for marriage. However, the Mo family should understand even if they considered it with their toenails that Mo Qishan is not good enough for Zheng Xianjing. Mo Qishan doesn't even deserve to carry Zheng Xianjing's shoes. A toad lusting after swan meat. Distaste flickered in Zheng Lingling's eyes, as she smiled and ushered the Mo family into the house. Aunt Mo, Uncle Mo, please come in. Mrs. Mo said with a smile, Lingling, you'll have to stop calling me Aunt Mo soon. Why? Zheng Lingling asked. Mrs. Mo replied with a smile, because of difference in familial seniority. Technically, we're of the same generation. Your mother even outranks me. After all, her son was going to marry the granddaughter of Mrs. Zheng. The remark made Zheng Lingling feel a sudden jolt in her heart. Damn it. Could it be that the two old folks had already agreed to Mo Qishan's proposal for Zheng Xianjing? What's the meaning of this? Does this mean that since Zheng Xianjing isn't their biological granddaughter, she should be married to a wastrel? Why should it be so? How dare Mrs. Zheng bypass her and make this decision on behalf of Zheng Xianjing? She wouldn't accept it no matter what. Zheng Lingling's features almost contorted, her smiling expression gradually faded. She didn't even want to bother with Mrs. Mo anymore. Noticing a shift in Zheng Lingling's demeanor, Mrs. Mo frowned slightly. Zheng Lingling always seemed pleasant in her memories. But today, Zheng Lingling came across as something of an ingrate. It was a great difficulty for Mrs. Zheng to find her biological daughter. Why was Zheng Lingling being such a sour face about it? Even if she was unhappy, she shouldn't show it. The venerable Mr. and Mrs. Zheng soon emerged to welcome the guests. Erwin. People certainly look fresher when they have good news. That day, the venerable Mr. and Mrs. Zheng were full of vigor, looking almost a decade younger. Ah Ching, congratulations. Mrs. Mo said smiling. Thank you. Mrs. Jing beamed. Mrs. Mo then asked, by the way, where's Tingting? Chapter 752, Recognize Family. _5. They haven't arrived yet. You all can come in first. Mrs. Jing continued, Jing Jun and I have consulted with someone to calculate the timing. They should be here promptly at 10:30 in the morning, which is just half an hour from now. Mrs. Mo teased, Ah Ching, didn't you used to hate feudal superstitions? When did you start believing in this? When a person is alone, they can fear nothing and believe in nothing, utterly unrestrained. However, as soon as one has attachments, the fear starts creeping in. You love to tease people. Mrs. Zheng laughed. Mrs. Mo looked at Mrs. Zheng and sighed, Ah Ching, it has been over 30 years since I last saw you laugh so freely. The smile remained on Mrs. Zheng's face. Isn't that the truth? In the blink of an eye, over 30 years have passed. Mrs. Mo looked at Mr. Zheng, feigning surprise. Zheng Jun, how have you managed to make time to come out of your mini skyscraper today? Aren't you tending to your beloved plants? Mr. Zheng chuckled awkwardly. The group of them, laughing and chatting, entered the house. Zheng Lingling, standing outside the door, felt the anger pressing down in her heart. She couldn't muster a smile for anyone she met. Lingling, what's the matter with you? This is a day of joy, why are you wearing such a serious expression? A reproachful voice filled the air. Aunt Jiang. Seeing Dr. Jiang, the anger on Zheng Lingling's face lessened slightly. She pushed Jing Xianjing, standing beside her. Xianjing, didn't you see your Jiang grandma has arrived? Hello, Grandma Jiang. Jing Xianjing responded casually. Dr. Jiang's face was filled with affection. Good girl. Dr. Jiang said earnestly, Lingling, today is a joyful day for your family. What's with this long face you're pulling? If others who aren't aware of the situation see this, they might think you hate your soon-to-be sister. If your mother hears about this, what will she think? Problems can be sorted out after the reunion ceremony today. You're a good child, you can't embarrass your parents. These words from Dr. Jiang seemed to awaken Jing Lingling, who promptly responded, Yes, Aunt Jiang, I understand. Having said that, a smile returned to her face. Dr. Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Lingling, as long as you understand. Ah, has your sister arrived? Not yet. Jing Lingling shook her head. Oh. Dr. Jiang glanced at the guests coming and going, then they'll go in first. Other than Jing Lingling, Jing Sheng and Jing Gao, the two brothers, were also having trouble addressing their feelings about Jing Tingting's return. With nobody to succeed Mr. Zheng, by default, the duo would inherit the family fortune. But now, Jing Tingting has actually returned. Jing Tingting is the one with the real Jing family bloodline. From the moment the two brothers walked in the door with their families, their faces were long. Zheng Lingling enthusiastically welcomed them. Uncle 2, Aunt 2, Uncle 3, Aunt 3, please come inside. Ingyue, Ingmei, I barely recognized you two after such a long time. Truly, a girl can change a lot when she grows up. You're both more beautiful than ever. Zheng Ingyue and Zheng Ingmei are Zheng Xing's second and third daughters, respectively. Zheng Gao only has one son, Zheng Mingming. Everyone loves flattery. Hearing it, Zheng Ingyue and Zheng Ingmei beamed. Thank you for the compliment, cousin. But Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao were unable to muster a smile. With solemn expressions they went into the house. Shortly after, smiles returned to their faces. Because they heard some news. This niece they've never met before is a country bumpkin, she can't even read. Even if Mrs. Zheng and Mr. Zheng were to hand her all their assets, she probably won't be able to hold on to them. When that time comes, the Zheng family fortune will naturally return to its rightful owners. Maybe this country girl will even embarrass herself later. Soon after, Mrs. Shengguan also arrived. Zheng Lingling only had information on Ni Tsuehua and had no knowledge of the connection between Ni Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui. Seeing Mrs. Shengguan, a trace of surprise flashed in Zheng Lingling's eyes. The Shangguan family usually doesn't interact much with the Jing family. How did Mrs. Shangguan also end up here? It appears that these two resilient old folks are really going to great lengths for their biological daughter. 15 minutes left till 10:30. Mr. and Mrs. Zheng, Mr. and Mrs. Mo, and Mrs. Shangguan all stood by the door. The servants were standing by with firecrackers and fireworks, ready to celebrate the special occasion. Chapter 753, Recognize Family. _6. Zheng Lingling, Sun Wu, and Jing Xianjing stood next to Mrs. Zheng, all their eyes looking in the same direction not too far away. Jing Xianjing couldn't wait to see those country bumpkins. She was even more hoping that these country bumpkins would make fools of themselves. Perhaps those country bumpkins would not even be able to speak standard Mandarin. Thinking about this, Jing Xianjing's eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, two black cars slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Mrs. Zheng tightly held Mr. Zheng's hand, excitedly said, "They're coming. They're coming." Bang bang bang. The sound of firecrackers and fireworks echoed in the air. The black cars stopped one after another. The servants immediately ran over to open the car doors. A couple came out of the first car. The woman had an exquisite appearance, making it difficult to tell her real age. The man next to her was tall, wearing glasses, emitting a scholarly fragrance, and holding a child about 2 to 3 years old in his arms. This couple is Shangguan Dehui. This was Shangguan Dehui, but who was the woman standing next to him? This was clearly the Zheng family's reunion event. What was Shangguan Dehui doing here? For a moment, Zheng Lingling was a bit taken aback. The second car brought out 2 men and 2 women, among them 3 were young people, and a middle-aged woman, who looked to be in her 40s or 50s. Jing Xianjing recognized 2 of them as Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi. The person in the middle with outstanding looks and cool temperament was unmistakably Ni Yang. Ni Yang? Why was she here too? She didn't recognize the middle-aged woman. Each one of these people was extraordinary, not one resembled the rural folks she had imagined in her mind. What on earth was happening? By the time the mother and daughter could react, Mr. and Mrs. Zheng were already introducing them to everyone. Lingling, Sun Wu, this is your sister Tingting, this is your brother-in-law, Shangguan Dehui, and this is Tingting's sworn sister, Qinggui. You must thank Qinggui who has taken care of your sister over these past 2 years in Beijing. Initially, Ni Qinggui didn't plan on coming, but Ni Tsuihua insisted that she should. Ni Tsuihua is not an ungrateful person. Since she decided to treat Ni Qinggui as her sister, she would treat her as sister for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Zheng Lingling was stunned. Zheng Lingling had expected to see a coarse and ugly rural woman, but reality had given her a hard slap on the face. The country bumpkin in her eyes turned out to be Shangguan Dehui's wife. And she was so beautiful. Sister Tingting, brother-in-law, and Sister Qinggui, nice to meet you. Zheng Lingling tried to calm down and greeted them with a smile. Ni Tsuihua said with a smile, Sister Lingling, thank you and brother-in-law for taking care of Mom all these years. You have worked hard. Taking care of Mom is my responsibility, Sister Tingting, you're too polite. Is this Ni Tsuihua already itching to assert her authority? At that moment, Zheng Lingling narrowed her eyes, as if she had suddenly remembered something. That's right. She seemed to have seen Ni Tsuihua before. It was 2 years ago during the New Year. The memories in Zheng Lingling's mind became clearer and clearer. No wonder when she first laid eyes on Ni Tsuihua and her daughter, she had a vague sense of impending crisis. 2 years ago, when Ni Tsuihua had just arrived in Beijing, she exuded a certain shabbiness that betrayed her humble origins. That must have been why Zheng Lingling didn't give her any importance. Unexpectedly, in the span of 2 years, there had been such a tremendous change in Ni Tsuihua. If she had known, she wouldn't have allowed Ni Tsuihua the chance to stay in Beijing. She was full of regret. Zheng Lingling looked at the radiant Ni Tsuihua, her regret so deep it was as if her intestines were turning green. Ni Qinggui watched Zheng Lingling, his brows furrowed subtly. Zheng Lingling seemed enthusiastic, but her words were far from cordial. It appeared he needed to warn Enai Tsuehua. Madame Zheng then introduced Jiang Xianjing to everyone. Xianjing, this is your oldest cousin, Xiaoxiu, this is your cousin Xiaoxi, this is your second cousin Yang Yang, and this little one in my arms is your youngest cousin Yunyun. Jiang Xianjing never expected that Enai Yang would turn out to be her cousin. Even more surprising was the fact that Enai Yang's mother was Madame Zheng's long-lost daughter. What right did a small-time trader like Enai Yang have to be her cousin? Jiang Xianjing was extremely uncomfortable, but she still put on a polite smile and greeted everyone, cousin, cousin, second cousin, little cousin. Enai Yang, who had previously engaged with Jiang Xianjing a few times, knew that Jiang Xianjing wasn't as gentle and kind as she appeared, smiling said, cousin, we meet again. Shangguan, she exclaimed in surprise, Yang Yang, you've met Xianjing before? Enai Yang nodded, a few times. Shangguan, she replied, that really is fate. Enai Yang's mouth teased into a modest smile, indeed, it is fate. Jiang Xianjing clenched her hands tightly hidden inside her sleeves. Was Enai Yang deliberately provoking her? Just then, Madame Zheng led Mo Qishan over. Look at my forgetful brain, there's one more person I need to introduce. Lingling, this is Yang Yang's boyfriend. Mo Qishan stood next to Enai Yang, politely greeting everyone. Initially, he and Jing Lingling were of the same generation, but now he was a generation lower and had to call Jing Lingling auntie. Upon hearing this, half of the anger that Jing Lingling had suppressed in her heart instantly vanished. So this useless Mo Qishan was Enai Yang's boyfriend. A broken donkey covered in a straw mat also needs a good saddle, it seems. Hearing this, scorn flashed in Jiang Xianjing's eyes. So what if Enai Yang was beautiful? In the end, Shed still ended up with that useless Mo Qishan. The group then entered the hall. The Jing family's relatives all gathered around. They were all extremely curious about what Madame Zheng's daughter, who had been missing for over 30 years, looked like. They were especially intrigued upon hearing that Jing Tingting had grown up in the countryside and was illiterate. Yet, the family before them didn't look like they were from the countryside at all. Enai Yang followed behind Madame Zheng, quickly recognizing all her great-aunts and uncles. When everyone learned that Mo Qishan was Enai Yang's boyfriend, they had complicated expressions in their eyes. But Enai Yang didn't mind at all, and neither did Mo Qishan. Mom, what are we going to do now? Jiang Xianjing went to Jing Lingling's side and asked in a low voice. They were originally waiting to see Enai Tsuehua make a fool of herself in front of everyone. But Enai Kuihua's elegance, poise, and outstanding demeanor made it impossible for them to find fault with her. Jing Lingling patted Jiang Xianjing's hand and reassured her in a whisper, even if a bumpkin is wrapped in a bowtie skin, no matter how well she behaves, she is still an illiterate bumpkin inside. Don't worry, the good show is yet to begin. Chapter 754, Self-Inflicted _1 Jiang Xianjing watched Enai Yang, who was surrounded by the crowd, a strong tint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. She just couldn't keep it down. Enai Yang was too exceptional. She was merely wearing a plain white cheongsam with a light purple coat draped over it, but she still managed to dazzle everyone. Jiang Xianjing had even heard such comments. The Jing family's own granddaughter is really different. Even though she grew up in the countryside, her temperament is still so good. Can anyone compare to the real family? Exactly. This legitimate Jing family's Missy is really beautiful. It seems that the weather in Sijio City is going to change again. Everyone was focused on Enai Tsuehua and her daughter Enai Yang, who more noticed the Jing family's adopted daughters, Jing Lingling and Jiang Xianjing. The more Jiang Xianjing listened, the uneasy she felt. It was unbearable. On the first day Enai Yang returned, she stole all her limelight. If this continued, how could she ever have a future in the Jing family? Despicable woman. Despicable woman. After all, she was the only granddaughter of the Jing family. Xianjing, don't worry. Jing Lingling took Jiang Xianjing's hand. Mother won't let them steal what belongs to us, no matter if it's Enai Yang or Enai Tsuehua. They are not qualified to compete with you, they are merely stepping stones for you. Yes. Jiang Xianjing nodded, feeling a bit better. Lingling. Dr. Jiang appeared behind Zheng Lingling unknowingly. Aunt Jiang. Zheng Lingling quickly composed herself. Dr. Jiang looked at the vibrant Mrs. Zheng in the distance and asked, "The medicine I gave you last time, have you been giving it to your mother these days?" "I have." Zheng Lingling nodded, "I gave it to her personally." Dr. Jiang smiled and said, "Well, then the medicine is really effective, your mother seems much better." Zheng Lingling turned her gaze to Mrs. Zheng. Among the crowd, Mrs. Zheng was laughing and chatting with everyone, without even panting. Everyone knew that previously Mrs. Zheng had a persistent cough, which would flare up just from speaking a single sentence. These days, Mrs. Zheng's condition has shown unbelievable improvement. Zheng Lingling's eyes narrowed, yet she still smiled and said, "Thanks to Aunt Jiang's remarkable medical skills. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have recovered so quickly." Dr. Jiang modestly laughed. Halfway into the banquet, it was time for the dance session. The waltz music flowed gently around the hall. Old Mrs. Zheng smiled and said, "You youngsters go dance, I'm too old to join the fun." Zheng Lingling chuckled as she approached Mrs. Zheng, "Mother, you are wrong. Being the star of tonight, Tingting should be the one to dance the opening dance." Ni Tsuehua had grown up in the countryside and only married Shangguan Dehui 3 months ago. Asking Ni Tsuehua to perform the opening dance was Zheng Lingling's devious plan to make her look foolish. As an uncultured country woman with no place in high society, Ni Tsuehua would surely make a spectacle of herself on the dance floor. "Since sister is so kind, we won't refuse." Shangguan Dehui led Ni Tsuehua to the center of the dance floor. As the music played, they began to dance. Not only could Ni Tsuehua dance, but also she danced very elegantly. One after another, applause echoed around them. Thunderous. Watching Ni Tsuehua in disbelief, Zheng Lingling's face twisted almost beyond recognition. She could actually dance. A country woman could actually dance. "Yang, shall we dance too?" Mo Qishan extended his hand towards Ni Yang. "Sure." Ni Yang took off her coat and placed her hand in Mo Qishan's. With beautiful, elegant dancing steps, the graceful waist of hers seemed to be made of willow, boneless and delicate. Such a dance performance, even professional dancers couldn't compare. This beautiful dance, contrasted with the cheongsam, was unique throughout the city. That woman in the cheongsam is old Mrs. Zheng's biological granddaughter, right? Yes, it's her. Oh my gosh, she is amazing. She's way prettier than Zheng Xianjing. Listening to these words, Zheng Xianjing squeezed her fists and trembled in rage. Why Ni Yang? Why could she take away all her glory? Mother, didn't you say we could watch them make a fool of themselves? Zheng Xianjing approached Zheng Lingling, grinding her teeth as she spoke. Zheng Lingling was also extremely upset, her face alternating between green and white. How was she to know that Ni Tsuehua could actually dance? Could it be taught by Shangguan Dehui? Did she just lose what she tried to steal? Chapter 755, Self-Inflicted _2. Zheng Lingling could not help but despise herself for letting Ni Tsuehua open the dance floor. "Mom, what should we do now?" Zheng Xianjing then asked. With such a grand kinship identification party held today, where could their family of 3 ever stand in the future? Don't act rashly, just watch for changes. Zheng Lingling suppressed the anger in her heart. Having struggled for so many years in the upper class, Zheng Lingling certainly knew that she couldn't be too impulsive at such a time. Sometimes being too impulsive could not only fail to achieve one's goal, but also bring trouble to oneself. Zheng Xianjing bit her lip. Are we just going to let them take center stage? She simply found it unbearable. Usually, when the Zheng family hosted banquets, many eligible bachelors would invite her to dance and then take the opportunity to strike up a conversation. But today, not a single person came over to invite her to dance. Not to mention striking up a conversation. With Ni Yang, the legitimate granddaughter of the Zheng family present, what did she, the daughter of an adopted daughter, amount to? Zheng Xianjing grew increasingly indignant. She wanted to smash the wine glass she was holding. At this moment, Ni Yang passed by her. The person accompanying Ni Yang was a well-known socialite from Beijing. Back when she was the only granddaughter of the Jing family, at every Jing family banquet, this woman would hover after her. But in the blink of an eye, her object of flattery had turned into Ni Yang. Jing Xianxia, glancing at the blooming smile on Ni Yang's face, squinted. Ni Yang was wearing a cheongsam and a pair of silver-white high heels. If she fell by accident, her position would definitely be very ungraceful. Jing Xianxia cornered her lips, holding her wine glass, and quietly stretched out her right foot. Ni Yang seemed not to see Jing Xianxing's small action, her eyebrows and eyes as usual. While talking to the socialite next to her, she kept walking forward. At this moment, thud. Jing Xianxia stumbled and fell flat on the ground, her red wine spilling all over the floor. The previously lively banquet hall quieted down. Everyone's eyes were looking in this direction. A banquet was a solemn occasion. Everyone's every word and action were extremely careful. They cared greatly about their image. There was never someone like Jing Xianxia, who couldn't even walk properly. Who is that person who fell? Today there are those who are pleased and those who are downtrodden. She is the daughter of the Jing family's adopted daughter. In public, really quite embarrassing. Understand, her heart must be unpleasant right now. It's normal for her to lose her cool. Alas, there really is a difference between one's own and not one's own. The voices of the crowd drilled into Jing Xianxing's ears incessantly. She lay on the ground, her hands tightly gripping the carpet, her knuckles already turning slightly white. Clearly, the one who should be embarrassed was Ni Yang, so why had she become the one lying on the ground? Just then, a fair and graceful hand stretched out in front of Jing Xianxia. The nails were neatly trimmed, translucent with a faint hint of pink. They looked very nice, Sister Xianxia. How could you be so careless? Get up quickly. Jing Xianxia looked up and caught sight of a face as white as jade. It was Ni Yang. The person who had just made her stumble and made a fool of herself was surely Ni Yang. Ni Yang, this little bitch. What was she doing now? Was she demonstrating her power to her? Jing Xianxing's face turned whiter and whiter as she stared at Ni Yang. Sister Xianxia, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? A faint smile spread across Ni Yang's face, her eyes shimmering with concern. This stirred up a lot of speculation among the people around them. Jing's grandmother's attention was quickly drawn to the anomaly here. At this moment, Jing Xianxia had no choice but to swallow her pride. She handed her hand to Ni Yang. Thank you for your concern, little sister. I'm fine. That's good. Ni Yang helped Jing Xianxia up, her tone indifferent. Sister Xianxia, be careful when you walk in the future. You were lucky today. If one day you happen to fall onto a chair or wall, you might not be so fortunate. That last line was both a hit and a warning. After finishing speaking, Ni Yang turned around and left. Jing Xianxia looked up at Ni Yang's retreating figure. She knew that all of this was surely Ni Yang's doing. It was Ni Yang who made her look bad. Xianxia, what was that all about just now? Jing Lingling walked over from the other side, her eyebrows and eyes filled with reproach. At such an important occasion, how could you lose your poise like that? She had originally arranged for Jing Xianxia to shine today. Chapter 756, Self-Inflicted _3. Let everyone see that although Jing Xianxia isn't of the Jing family bloodline, she resembles the Jing family more than the real blood members. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Jing Xianxia has been made such a big fool. It's Ni Yang's fault. It's all that little bitch. Jing Xianxing's eyes turned red in grievance. Jing Lingling slightly furrowed her brows, her eyes shifted from blame to heartache. I didn't expect Ni Yang to be so arrogant. It was just her first day back and she dared to openly bully Jing Xianxia. Mom, you have to get revenge for me. Jing Xianxia said. Jing Lingling patted Jing Xianxing's hand. Don't worry, there's plenty of time in the future. I'll first get you changed into a fresh set of clothes. Jing Xianjing nodded. The people attending today's banquet were all prestigious figures in Beijing. Have you heard? Mr. Du from the south came to our Beijing not long ago. Mr. Du? Which Mr. Du? From the way you're talking, how many people are worthy of being called Mr. Du? After hearing that, the person gasped, is it Mr. Du from the 10 Miles Casino? Exactly. The master who rules the 10 Miles Casino. When Jing Xianjing walked out after changing her clothes, she heard this conversation. She instinctively slowed down her steps. She also knew a bit about the Mr. Du from the 10 Miles Casino. She heard about him when she was sitting in the tea house, listening to the storytelling. Mr. Du was indeed a big shot who had risen from a sea of blood and carnage. It was said that he was over 30 this year, without a wife or children. Although he did have 2 concubines. In ancient times, having a concubine also meant having a mistress. Now, the term concubine no longer exists in China. However, Mr. Du had long renounced his Chinese citizenship, so the monogamy law of China could not restrain him. Yet, such a man could become the head honcho of the 10 Miles Casino. There were many legends about Mr. Du, but few people had actually seen him. Jing Xianjing didn't expect that Mr. Du would come to Beijing. If she had the chance to get close to him, it would certainly catch everyone's attention. Jing Xianjing was lost in her thoughts. Although she wholeheartedly wanted to marry Mr. Mog, it wouldn't affect her mingling with other big shots. More so, if it's a major figure like Mr. Du, if she was able to marry Mr. Mog and make Mr. Du respect her, becoming a servant under her skirt, would anyone in Beijing still dare to look down on her? She was so beautiful, as long as she was given a chance to get close to Mr. Du, she could definitely catch his attention. Thinking this, Jing Xianjing's steps became light and fluttery. After the banquet ended, Ni Tsuehua, Ni Yang and their group didn't leave, but stayed at the Jing family's house. The old madam wanted them to stay for a while. She had been separated from Ni Tsuehua and her daughter for so many years, and now that they had finally recognized each other, it was of course time to reconnect. The old madam asked a servant to bring Jing Suyu down from upstairs. Ting Ting, this is your Aunt Suyu. The old madam pulled on Jing Suyu's hand, tears in her eyes. Suyu, Ting Ting has come back. Jing Suyu laughed. Ting Ting, Ting Ting. What's up with Aunt? Seeing that Jing Suyu's expression was a bit off, Ni Tsuehua turned her head to look at the old madam. The old madam sighed. Your aunt received a shock many years ago, and her mental state hasn't been clear ever since. Ni Tsuehua nodded. Shangguan Dehui looked at Jing Suyu, his eyes full of disbelief. Years ago, when he was still a child, he had seen Jing Suyu a few times. At that time, Jing Suyu was young and promising, a famous talent. She was always surrounded by a group of scholars, she was really high profile and was a legend in their circle. Who would have thought that things change over time? The talented woman of decades ago had now become like this. Now, Jing Suyu was disheveled, skinny, and had a vacant look in her eyes, her past glory nowhere to be seen. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, who would believe that this woman was once the highly talented figure of the past? Who knows what Jing Suyu had really been through? Shangguan Dihui's eyes were full of pity. The old madam said again, Yang Yang, Xiaoxi, Xiaoxiu, come over here and say hello to your great-aunt. At her words, Ni Yang, Shangguan Shi, and Shangguan Su came over. The 3 of them politely greeted their great-aunt. Jing Suyu began spinning excitedly, ha! I'm a great-aunt. I'm a great-aunt. The great-aunt is here. Suddenly, her face turned pale, as if she had seen something terrifying. She screamed in horror, ah! A ghost. A ghost is coming to kill me. Please, don't kill me. Let me go. Chapter 757, Self-Inflicted _4. Ah! Let go of me. Let me go. Jing Suyu started running around the living room, as if something was really chasing her from behind. The furnishings in the room were knocked about by her, falling to the ground with a clatter. It was Shangguan Zai's first time encountering such a patient, and she was so scared that she hid behind Shangguan Su. Zheng Suyu in this state was indeed somewhat frightening. Little Ni Yun stopped playing with his toys and ran to Shengguan Dehui, asking him for a hug. Old Mrs. Zheng hurriedly said to a servant, "Mama Wu, quickly bring Suyu's sedative, we don't want her to scare the children." Zheng Suyu's condition would fluctuate, sometimes failing to recognize even her own family during her fits, at times even resorting to violence. This was also why old Mrs. Zheng did not let her attend the banquet today. Mama Wu quickly went upstairs to get the medicine. Zheng Xianjing leaned against the railing on the third floor, watching the scene unfold below with a look of anticipation and excitement. Let the chaos ensue. I hope Zheng Suyu will lose her mind and kill everyone downstairs. Just then, Ni Yang looked up and suddenly made eye contact with Zheng Xianjing upstairs. Their eyes met, hers were bright, yet wild. Zheng Xianjing felt inexplicably flustered and hastily looked away. Ni Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, a thought flickering in the depths. Zheng Xianjing. What was she panicking about? Just then, a pair of hands tightly clamped onto Ni Yang's shoulders, violently shaking her. You're a ghost. You're a ghost. I'm going to kill you. Everyone in the room was startled by Zheng Suyu's action. However, looking at Ni Yang, there was no trace of panic in her face. She grabbed Zheng Suyu's wrist with one hand, and with the other took a golden needle from her acupuncture bag and gently pricked Zheng Suyu's Laogong acupoint. Madam, please calm down. The next second, Zheng Suyu indeed quieted down. Ni Yang sat Zheng Suyu down on the sofa and asked, Granny Zheng's illness is acquired, right? Right. Old Mrs. Zheng nodded. Old Master Zheng suddenly thought of Ni Yang's impressive medical skills and asked, Yang, do you believe you can help Granny Zheng regain her sanity? Ni Yang shook her head. In her previous life, she hadn't studied mental illnesses, but she knew for certain that her master would have a solution. Ni Yang squinted, thinking about when she could visit her master. In this life, her senior brother had not met an ill fate, and her master and his wife must be living happily. Old Master Zheng then asked, so how did you calm Granny Zheng down? Just a moment ago, Zheng Suyu was terribly agitated, and the next she quieted down. Even with regular medicine, the effect wouldn't be so immediate. Ni Yang held up Zheng Suyu's right hand. This is the Laogong acupoint. Inserting a golden needle into this point has a calming effect. Since ancient times, the Laogong acupoint has been known to medical experts as a crucial point for treating mental and heart diseases. Acupuncture on it could alleviate conditions such as depression, irritability, and nervous breakdowns. The hope in old Master Zheng's eyes dimmed. So that's how it is. Ni Yang added, Grandpa, don't worry. Since Granny Zheng's disease is acquired, there must surely be a cure. Old Master Zheng nodded. Just then, Zheng Lingling came down from upstairs, laughing as she said, Children, I have prepared your rooms, come with me. Shengguan Shi and Shengguan Su did not originally intend to stay at the Zheng family's house. But today was the first day that Ni Tsuehua had returned to her ancestry. If they didn't stay over even for a night, it might invite unnecessary gossip from outsiders, so they decided to stay. Thank you, Auntie, Ni Yang politely thanked them. The three of them followed Zheng Lingling upstairs. The room of Ni Tsuehua was personally prepared by old Mrs. Zheng at the top floor where the lighting was the best. The room was always reserved for Ni Tsuehua. In the evening, Ni Yang lay in bed, unable to sleep despite tossing and turning. Seemingly peaceful on the surface, the Zheng family concealed a crisis within. For example, the illness of old Master and old Mrs. Zheng. Why were they chronically ill? Why were toxins present in their bodies? Also, Zheng Suyu, what led to Suyu's madness? Was there something hidden beneath all this? With all these thoughts and the unfamiliarity of the bed, she ended up spending the whole night without sleep. Early the next morning, Ni Yang got out of bed. Although she had not slept well all night, her face did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Chapter 758, Self-Inflicted _5. Wearing a simple cheongsam paired with an overcoat, her hair cascaded down her back, with a clip of the same color as the cheongsam holding back a strand at her ear. She was a sight to behold. Yang Yang is up, Jing Lingling, who was preparing breakfast, warmly greeted Ni Yen as she came in. She showed no traces of dislike for Ni Yang, her eyebrows were brimming with affection. Ni Yang greeted her cheerfully, "Good morning, Auntie." "Good morning," Jing Lingling chuckled, "not only are you a beauty, but your words are also as sweet as honey. Unlike our Xianjing, who's a bit aloof. She's not particularly good-looking and isn't quite the charmer either. Her introverted demeanor is really baffling." With her silver tongue, Jing Lingling could make the dead come alive and make the living dance to her tunes, leaving them utterly confused. If the person in front of her wasn't Ni Yang, they would have surely dropped all their defenses. Ni Yang lightly hooked the corner of her mouth, her dimples barely visible. "Auntie, you're being too modest about Sister Xianjing. She's quite an incredible person as well." Jing Lingling narrowed her eyes. Ni Yang was indeed no easy target. Ordinary teenagers hearing such pleasant words would have been completely disoriented. But not Ni Yang, she managed just fine. Soon, Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi got up as well. From Shangguan Zu's perspective, he could see Ni Yang's profile. Sitting at the dining table, she wasn't adopting the poised posture that most young ladies from big families did. Instead, she sat with her left leg crossed over her right, exuding casual confidence. Her cheongsam had been amended, with a slit that wasn't too high, revealing a graceful calf that was dazzlingly white. Looking up, there was her uniquely delicate face. The shadows cast by her curled eyelashes on her nose bridge were fan-like. Her lips were red, echoing the clip by her ear. Such a person would attract attention wherever she went. "Yang Yang, why did you get up so early?" Shangguan Shi skipped over and sat next to Ni Yen. Shangguan Su looked away distastefully. Ni Yang laughed, "It's not that early, you two are up too, aren't you?" Shangguan Shi giggled, "Well, we have work, but you don't." As she spoke, she noticed Jing Lingling emerging from the kitchen and quickly greeted her, "Good morning, Auntie." Jing Lingling smiled, "Oh, Xiaoxi and Xiaoxiu, you're both up. How did you sleep last night?" Shangguan Shi replied, "Thank you for your concern, Auntie, we slept really well." Soon, the elders Zheng and his wife, Ni Tsuehua, and Shangguan Dehui joined them for breakfast. It was a full house at the Zheng family's dining table. It was the first time that the dining room was filled with so many people. The sight was overwhelming for the elderly Zhengs. They had been waiting for such a family reunion for many years. Now, death would leave nothing to be regretted. Halfway through the meal, Mrs. Zheng finally noticed Zheng Xianjing's absence and asked, "Lingling, where is Xianjing?" Zheng Lingling replied, "I have no idea where that child is. She vanished early this morning, probably off somewhere to have fun." "Mom, you needn't worry about her." Even though Zheng Lingling was smiling on the outside, inside, she was cursing the old lady. "You old hag, only realizing Zheng Xianjing is missing now? Why couldn't you have waited until everyone finished eating before mentioning it?" Just then, a noise was heard from outside the door. Zheng Lingling looked up to see Zheng Xianjing walk in. With a frown, Zheng Lingling scolded, "Xianjing, where have you been all this time? Didn't you know we were all eating? You have no manners." Zheng Xianjing wasn't alone, she was supporting a smiling Zheng Suyu. Looking a bit wronged, Xianjing replied, "Mother, when I got up this morning, I saw Grandma Suyu sitting alone on the couch. I decided to take her out for a walk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be late." Old Mrs. Zheng stood up, "Xianjing, you're a good girl. Quickly bring your grandma over for breakfast." "Lingling, how can you scold the child like this? She was just being filial." Zheng Xianjing had always been kind-hearted and compassionate since she was a child. Zheng Xianjing led Zheng Suyu to sit at the tableside. These days, Zheng Suyu couldn't eat on her own and needed assistance. Chapter 759, Self-Inflicted_6. Zheng Xianjing took the bowl and chopsticks from the servant's hand. "Let me feed Aunt Suyu." Zheng Suyu was restless while eating, often spraying food all over the person feeding her. In just a few minutes, Xianxia was sprayed twice. Fun. Fun. So much fun. Zheng Suyu clapped her hands joyfully. Xianxia didn't get angry, she calmly wiped the leftovers off her face with a handkerchief. Her lips still held a smile, and she kindly said, Aunt Suyu, you mustn't be naughty, we have to eat properly. Who else could tolerate such behavior from Zheng Suyu? Seeing Xianxia being so understanding, both the Zheng family's patriarch and matriarch were very reassured. Zheng Lingling unintentionally exchanged glances with Xianxia, and both saw the satisfaction in the other's eyes. Yang took a sip of milk, her gaze sweeping over everyone unnoticed. Is Xianxia really that kind? From what she knew of Xianxia, unless the sun rises from the west, Xianxia would certainly not be a person of goodwill. The Zheng family's water was too deep. She had to probe carefully to ensure that her grandparents could live their final years in peace. After breakfast was over, everyone began to go about their business. Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi went to work. Before they left, they informed the matriarch that they would not be coming the next evening. Firstly, because it was inconvenient due to work, and secondly, there was a generational gap between them and the matriarch. Moreover, their paternal grandmother was still alive. How would it look if they always stayed at the Zheng family's house? Yang left the house with Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi. Shangguan Su asked, Yang, where are you going? I can drive you there. Yang replied, no need, I will ride my bike. I have several places to go this afternoon, it would be inconvenient if you were to drive me. All right then, just be careful on the way. Shangguan Su instructed her. Okay. Yang nodded. At that moment, the matriarch came out from inside. Yang, where are you going? Our family might lack other things, but we have plenty of cars. I can assign a driver to you and have them take you there. Upon hearing this, Zheng Lingling's face was full of disbelief. What? This old hag actually wanted to assign a driver to Yang? She had served this old hag in the Zheng family for so many years, and the old hag had never thought of assigning a driver to Xianxia. What did she mean by this now? Was she deliberately trying to embarrass her? Anger was seething up inside Zheng Lingling, but she could not vent it out. Yang smiled and said, no need grandma, I prefer to ride my bike. She preferred bicycles over cars. Yang was someone who was immensely nostalgic. This bicycle had been with her since she started her business 2 years ago. She couldn't bear to retire it. With Yang's current financial status, if she wanted to switch to a car, she wouldn't have to consider it at all. She could easily afford not just 1, but 10 cars without batting an eyelid. Yang was the type who silently amassed wealth. Let me assign a driver for you then, riding a bike requires pedaling, it's so tiring, the matriarch insisted. Yang replied, not at all, I have to leave now grandma, bye. The matriarch helplessly laughed. This child, Shangguan Dehui, didn't have class today. He had already discussed with Tsuehua the night before about bringing the Zheng family patriarch and matriarch out for fun today. Throughout these years, the elderly couple had been continually searching for Tsuehua, without taking the time to enjoy themselves. Tsuehua said, why don't you come with us, Lingling? Sure. Zheng Lingling nodded. It was an important occasion. Of course she would go. What if, in her absence, the old Master Zheng and Madame Zheng handed all the Zheng family's property over to Tsuehua? She had to closely watch Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng at all times. Now it was already April, the sunshine was warm, both sides of the road were lined with cherry trees, which were just blooming right now. The beautiful pink blossoms were a sight to behold from afar. Yang was cycling down the road, the gentle breeze stirred up the pink cherry blossoms, creating a flurry of petals. Petals fell into her hair, onto her shoulders, and brushed past her cheeks, causing her to instinctively stretch her arms wide. Yang had good control of her bike. Even with her arms outstretched, she cycled steadily. From afar, she exhibited a vibrant sense of beauty and skill. A black car whisked past her. Just as the black car drove by, a figure dashed across from the other side of the road. Whi-Ni Yang quickly braked and jumped off the bike. Are you okay, sis? The girl appeared 16 or 17 years old, her face smeared with a layer of dark dust, making it hard to see her actual features. However, her giant sparkling eyes lit up her face. Although it was already April, she was still wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket with floral patterns. The girl was about to say something when a pallid woman rushed from the side, grabbed her arm and started running. Xiaoyun, let's go, we're running out of time. Wu Yenyun had no time to respond and hurriedly followed her mother. The mother and daughter ran all the way to stop in front of a large hotel. The mother's name was Yen Erju. As she ran, Yen Erju instructed Wu Yenyun, Xiaoyun, remember to serve yourself plenty of meat and vegetables. Aim for things like roast chicken and pork knuckle. Your grandma hasn't tasted meat for a long time. Wu Yenyun nodded. Okay, Mom. I understand. Starting yesterday, the hotel began offering a buffet service, with an abundance of food. Many who had difficulty getting a good meal or were financially strained, would come to eat at this buffet. Not only could they eat their fill, but they could also take some home. The banquet was rumored to have been sponsored by a wealthy family celebrating the return of their long-lost daughter. This indeed was a good deed. Besides this mother and daughter, many others came from afar, making the hotel lobby extremely crowded. Meanwhile in the car, a man who had been calmly reading the newspaper suddenly put it down and looked back. However, due to the high speed of the car, he could no longer see the road behind clearly. Mr. Du, what are you looking at? Wang Ziki, the driver, looked back and asked. Nothing. Mr. Du picked up the newspaper again, asking, how is the investigation going? Wang Ziki, of course, knew what Mr. Du was referring to, and replied, we have some leads now. Mr. Du's expression changed. When can we get a definitive answer? He never cared about the process in his work, only the results. We need to confirm a few more things. Wang Ziki responded. Wang Ziki knew Mr. Du well. If he didn't have any leads by now, Mr. Du would not be sitting back and reading the paper so tranquilly. Mr. Du nodded. All right, I'm waiting for the results. Wang Ziki continued. The fourth lady called yesterday. Mr. Du remained silent. Observing Mr. Du's expression, Wang Ziki added, after you cut off all her funding, she's been living poorly. Often going meal to meal, she brought it upon herself. You don't need to sympathize with people like her. Mr. Du spoke indifferently, clearly unaffected by whatever plight the fourth lady found herself in. Chapter 760, The Secret of Ginseng Soup _1/4 Miss is a typical internet critic, enjoying the money of Master Du on the one hand, while on the other hand, she curses him as the most evil capitalist, wanting to overthrow the Master Du, acting recklessly. Now that Master Du has cut off all her sources of income, she certainly deserves it. After thinking about it, Wang Ziki continued, so we just let fourth Miss go like this? Master Du used to spoil fourth Miss, or else he wouldn't have indulged her for such a long time. After a while, Master Du's voice echoed in the air. She wanted freedom, didn't she? Then I'll give her freedom. Wang Ziki was taken aback. Was Master Du completely giving up on fourth Miss? Master Du continued, from now on, if she calls, you don't need to answer. All right. Wang Ziki nodded agreement. Today is the opening day of Beijing's 15th fair-skinned beauty store. With great discounts and unlimited purchases of limited products today, as soon as the store opens, it is filled with people. The 5 employees simply couldn't keep up with the rush. Ni Yang put on her uniform and began working with the others. I want 10 sets of the Supreme Edition limited gift boxes. The Supreme Edition limited gift box costs 580 yuan each, but the rich people in Beijing can afford it. It was supremely difficult to get one of these limited edition gift boxes before, as this rare opportunity of unrestricted purchasing arose with the opening of the new store. Of course people wanted to buy more. Ni Yang smiled slightly. I'm sorry customer, but each person is limited to purchasing one Supreme Edition limited gift box. I thought it wasn't restricted today. The voice of the person sounded obviously unhappy. Ni Yang explained, no restriction means the total quantity is not restricted. As long as customers visit the store, everyone can purchase the limited products. On a normal day, these limited edition products are only limited to 60 sets per month. Many people came hoping to buy them, but left with disappointment. Oh, is that so? Can't I really buy 10 sets? Can't you make an exception for me, young lady? Yang continued, I'm really sorry, these are the store's rules, I can't easily violate them. Your boss must be a fool then, doesn't even know when to make money. Give me 1 set. Alright, please wait a moment. Yang took out a set of fair-skinned beauty and handed it to her. Limited sales in the mall is called hunger marketing. As the saying goes, rarity is the most precious thing. If fair-skinned beauty had always been available without limitation, its sales would definitely not be as good as they are now. And being a limited sale give people a high-end feeling. Xianxia is also a loyal fan of fair-skinned beauty. A year ago, her skin was very rough, and she needed foundation to cover up her flaws, but since she started using fair-skinned beauty, her rough skin problem has improved a lot. Even without makeup now, her skin is still glowing with hydration. Today is the grand opening of Fair-Skinned Bowtie's new store, with unlimited supply of limited products. Of course Xianxia wouldn't miss it. Xianxia and her young friends came to the Fair-Skinned Beauty store. This young friend was called Zhou, Xianxia's college classmate. They also lived in the same dormitory and got along well. Wait a moment. Just as Xianxia was getting ready to go in, she spotted a familiar figure. What's wrong? Zhou turned around questioningly. Xianxia carefully recognized the figure in the crowd. I think I see someone I know. Who? Zhou asked. Xianxia continued, it's my new younger sister. Xianxia deliberately pronounced the 2 words younger sister with emphasis. To think that Yang would actually work at Fair-Skinned Beauty. What was going on? Zhou then added, is it the younger sister who wants to compete with you for your family property? Yes. Xianxia nodded her head. Due to Xianxia's intentional vilification, Zhou had a very bad impression of Yang. Isn't your family quite rich? Why would your grandmother let her work? This is so embarrassing. Country folks are just country folks, even if they dress up in princess clothes, they don't look like princesses. Xianxia continued, she's doing it on purpose. What do you mean? Zhou asked. Xianxia said, by doing this, she just wants to get my grandmother's attention. You think, if my grandmother sees her working here, she's bound to be heartbroken. As soon as my grandmother feels bad, she'll give her all the family property. By then, there would be no share for me and my mother. The Jing family is not lacking food and drink for Yang, but Yang is pretending to be pitiful and working outside. It's clearly on purpose. Chapter 761, The Secret of Ginseng Soup _2. Their cunning is truly deep. Zhou exclaimed in surprise, oh my god. Your new sister has no shame at all. You and your mother have been taking care of your grandparents for such a long time. Even if you're not related by blood, your emotional bond is even stronger. How dare they sit idle and reap the benefits and try to steal from you? Xianxia sighed helplessly. Zhou continued, wait, I'll teach her a lesson for you. Forget it. Xianxia held onto Zhou's arm, pleadingly saying, we would often run into each other. It wouldn't be good if things get too tense. Zhou is someone who can't stand injustice, and Xianxia is her good friend. She can't stand Xianxia being bullied. It doesn't concern you if I am the one who teaches her a lesson. You just wait here. It's the long-haired girl, right? Xianxia nodded. Don't make a big scene, after all, she is still my sister. Zhou, speechless, said, what are you still considering at this point, sisterly affection? Then Zhou turned and walked towards the store. Watching her figure, an imperceptible smirk appeared at the corners of Xianxia's mouth. Zhou is quite naive and easy to inflame, just like a firecracker, ready to explode at the slightest provocations. Perhaps she reads too many martial arts novels, aspiring to be a chivalrous woman who vanquishes evil. This time, Ni Yang might be in trouble. The store is crowded with people lining up. Even if Zhou Yi wanted to make it difficult for Ni Yang, she couldn't do it immediately. Zhou Yi stood in line, observing Ni Yang. As she got closer to the front of the line, she suddenly realized that Zheng Xianjing's sister was incredibly beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, lips red and teeth white. For all appearances and charm, even the dull uniform she wore couldn't hide her ethereal temperament. Every frown and smile was exceedingly eye-catching. She, a woman herself, found her eyes brightening and heart fluttering at the sight. Because the store was so crowded, people bumped into each other, causing a glass bottle on the shelf to fall. The glass bottle was about to hit a little girl. Just as Zhou Yi was about to intervene, she saw a figure move faster than she could. The figure gently held the little girl in one arm and deftly caught the falling glass bottle in the other. Steady as a rock. Her posture was incredibly cool. Zhou Yi stood in stunned silence. A heroine. She was precisely the type of heroic woman she imagined in her mind. Are you okay, little girl? Ni Yang put back the glass bottle and looked down at the little girl. I'm fine, the little girl shook her head and quickly ran to her mother saying, Mama. The mother, engrossed in her conversation, had missed the small incident entirely. Zhou Yi's gaze toward Ni Yang gradually turned into admiration. Ni Yang looked beautiful when she smiled and had adorable dimples, and she was incredibly agile. It was hard for anyone to dislike her. After a while, it was finally Zhou Yi's turn. Outside the door, the smugness in Zheng Xianjing's eyes became more apparent. At this point, Zhou Yi, who was earlier planning to give Zheng Xianjing a piece of her mind, had put that thought at the back of her mind. Excuse me, miss, I need a bottle of whitening cream and wrinkle cream. All right. Ni Yang nodded lightly. Zhou Yi scratched her head and continued, Can I ask what your name is? She was really curious. Ni Yang. Ni Yang's tone was light. Ni Yang, what a lovely name. Ni Yang, have you ever practiced martial arts? Zhou Yi made a few gestures on the spot. You were so cool back there. Ni Yang smiled and said, Thank you. I have practiced martial arts and Chinese Kung Fu for a few years. In her previous life, she had mastered Kung Fu and martial arts to protect herself but was still schemed upon. In this life, her senses had become sensitized ever since she saved that high official in Dam Village. The combination of her heightened senses and martial arts made her movements more agile. Zhou Yi nodded, so that's how it is. Outside the door, the more Zheng Xianjing watched, the more something seemed wrong. Didn't Zhou Yi go in to give Ni Yang a hard time? Why were they now having a pleasant conversation? What an idiot Zhou Yi was. What on earth was she doing? Zheng Xianjing's lips tightened. She was itching to rush in and slap Zhou Yi. Soon after, Zhou Yi walked back out, smiling broadly. Xianjing, you must have misunderstood something. I think your new sister is quite nice. She's beautiful, handles things smoothly, and even her voice is pleasant. If I were you, I would be overjoyed to have such a fantastic sister. Chapter 762, The Secret of Ginseng Soup _3. Upon hearing this, shock flooded Zheng Xianjing's face. What in the world had happened? Why did Zhou Yi suddenly side with Ni Yang and speak up for her? Zheng Xianjing's complexion changed continuously. She sighed deeply, her face filled with bitterness. I knew this would be the outcome, she said dejectedly. What outcome? Zhou Yi asked. Zheng Xianjing responded with a bitter laugh. Just because she's pretty, everything she does is right. Well, I'm used to it. She was stepping back to move forward, shifting the hatred back onto Ni Yang. No, Zhou Yi continued, I didn't side with your sister because she's beautiful. I genuinely think she's a good person, not a bad one. Zheng Xianjing, her head lowered and filled with a sense of grievance, responded, You've truly been fooled by her. She's like a venomous snake in human skin. If you're not careful, she can deliver a lethal blow. You haven't spent time with her, so I can understand why you've been misled. Really? Zhou Yi squinted her eyes. She couldn't help but feel that Ni Yang was not that kind of person. Jing Xianjing continued, look at you now, even doubting my words. Think about it. We've been classmates for so long, when have I ever lied to you? Whatever, I give up. Zhou Yi said, this is too convoluted, it's giving me a headache. Anyway, I really like your sister. You dislike yours, I like mine, let's just keep it that way. Jing Xianjing bit her lip hard, feeling intense resentment. Why? Why did Ni Yang get to snatch everything away from her? First, she took away her grandparents, and now she was even trying to take her best friend. At the Zheng family's home. The elderly Mr. and Mrs. Zheng hadn't had such fun in a long time. Even after coming back from the park, their faces still bore happy smiles. At that moment, the butler escorted Dr. Jiang inside. Madam, Dr. Jiang is here. Dr. Jiang inspected Mrs. Zheng's health every month and a half. Xiaoyan's here, Mrs. Zheng smiled at Ni Yang, Yang, come here. The last time there were too many people, and I forgot to introduce you to Grandma Jiang. Ni Yang responded and approached her, Grandma Jiang. Dr. Jiang nodded and said, this child is really beautiful, Aching, just like you when you were young. Right? I think so too. The corners of Mrs. Zheng's eyes brimmed with warmth. Ni Tsuhua served a plate of fruits, Dr. Jiang, have some fruit. Mrs. Zheng said, Xiaoyan and I are lifelong best friends, Tingting, you should call her Aunt Jiang. All right. Ni Tsuhua looked up at Dr. Jiang, Aunt Jiang. She hadn't really paid attention to Dr. Jiang during the last familial reunion, but finding a closer look at her today, she found her strangely familiar. Very familiar. It was as if she had seen her somewhere before. Ni Tsuhua squinted her eyes but simply couldn't remember where she had seen Dr. Jiang before. Dr. Jiang subtly shifted her gaze away from Ni Tsuhua, placed her medical box on the tea table, and said to Mrs. Zheng, Aching, shall we start now? I heard from Lingling that you've been feeling much better recently. Mrs. Zheng nodded, yes, I'm much better. Ever since she followed Ni Yang's advice, her cough had almost completely disappeared. Nowadays, the only reason she invited Dr. Jiang over was so that she wouldn't overthink. After all, Dr. Jiang was also her lifelong friend. Dr. Jiang put on her stethoscope, then examined Mrs. Zheng's tongue and eyes, before saying, there's still some inflammation. I'll prescribe you some more medicine. All right. Mrs. Zheng nodded. Dr. Jiang took 2 small bottles of medicine out of her medical box and handed them to Mrs. Zheng. This capsule is to be taken once a day. The other one is to be applied externally, 1 patch on the belly button each day. Mrs. Zheng noted down the instructions carefully. As Dr. Jiang was about to leave, she bumped into Zheng Lingling, who was carrying a bowl of ginseng soup. Aunt Jiang's here. Lingling. Dr. Jiang walked over with a smile, no wonder I didn't see you inside, you were making ginseng soup for your mother. Lingling, you're such a filial child. Just then, bang. Dr. Jiang lost her footing, knocking over the bowl of ginseng soup in Zheng Lingling's hands. I'm sorry, Lingling. Did you get burnt? Dr. Jiang apologized immediately. My old age is affecting my vision. Sorry, Zheng Lingling frowned, it's fine, Aunt Jiang. It was just a couple of bowls of ginseng soup, doesn't matter. Chapter 763, The Secret of Ginseng Soup _4. Dr. Jiang squatted down to pick up the shards. Your mother's health has almost fully recovered. Drinking things like ginseng soup has more harm than good. You don't need to make it for her anymore. What? Zheng Lingling looked at Dr. Jiang, thinking she must have misheard. Dr. Jiang continued, although ginseng is a great tonic, it is also a medicine. As the saying goes, even medicines can be harmful. In short, just listen to me. Zheng Lingling nodded, all right, Aunt Jiang. Dr. Jiang patted Zheng Lingling's arm, they'll be leaving then. Zheng Lingling quickly put down the shard she was holding, they'll walk you out. Dr. Jiang looked at the mess on the floor. No need, you carry on with your chores. Zheng Lingling quickly asked the servants to mop up the spilled soup from the floor. Ni Yen was standing behind a large antique vase, observing the whole scene. The conversation between Zheng Lingling and Dr. Jiang seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, it was full of suspicions. Was she overthinking things, or was there indeed something strange between those two? Ni Yen narrowed her eyes slightly and tiptoed towards the kitchen. The Zheng family's kitchen was huge and it produced a large amount of daily waste. When she arrived, she happened to see the servant throwing the shards into the bin. After the servant left, Ni Yen stepped out from the corner, picked up a piece of shard, and sniffed it. It did smell like ginseng soup. Was she really overthinking it? Ni Yen didn't linger and pulled a handkerchief from her pocket. She wrapped the shard in the handkerchief and left. Nobody would think that someone would take away a piece of a broken bowl. That evening, Ni Yen visited Mrs. Zheng's bedroom. Who's there? Mrs. Zheng asked from inside the room. Grandma, it's me, Yang. Ni Yen responded. The next second, the door opened. The person opening the door was Mr. Zheng. Yang, come in quickly. Mrs. Zheng was sitting on the sofa with her reading glasses on, looking at something. Seeing Ni Yan's arrival, she immediately said, Yang, come over here. Ni Yan walked over with a smile and then saw that Mrs. Zheng was holding a black and white photo of a very cute young baby. Mrs. Zheng laughed. Yang, does this baby look like Yunyan? This is your mother when she was little. Really? Ni Yan was somewhat amazed as she took the photo. So this is my mother when she was young? She does look quite like Yunyan. Mrs. Zheng continued, so, the moment I first laid my eyes on little Yunyan, I knew she was somehow related to me. It's fate. After looking at the photo, Ni Yan said, Grandma, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Have you known Dr. Jiang for a long time? Ni Yan asked. Yes. Mrs. Zheng nodded. If we were to calculate, I have known her for more than 30 years. 30 years wasn't a long time, nor a short one. Ni Yan continued, so, is she our family's physician? Has she always been managing your health? Mrs. Zheng further nodded, I owe my health to her. Yang, Dr. Jiang has no children, she is quite pitiful. If we can help her in the future, we should. Okay. Ni Yan continued, Grandma, how did you meet Dr. Jiang? Here's how it was. Mrs. Zheng began reminiscing about the past 30 years. Dr. Jiang is indeed a good person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have crossed the Pacific, overcoming countless obstacles, to bring Zheng Lingling to Mrs. Zheng's side. The world 30 years ago was not as it is now. One could only imagine how hard it would have been for Dr. Jiang, a woman, to travel alone with a child. No wonder Mrs. Zheng trusted Dr. Jiang. There was this reason behind their relationship. Ni Yan squinted her eyes and said, Grandma, can I see the medicine prescribed to you by Dr. Jiang today? I will get it for you. Mr. Zheng rose from the sofa to fetch it. A moment later, Mr. Zheng handed 2 small white bottles to Ni Yan. Ni Yan carefully examined the 2 bottles of medicine and found them to be common anti-inflammatory drugs. Mrs. Zheng asked, Yang, have you found something? Ni Yan continued, Grandma, do you remember when you and Grandpa first visited Jianghu village? I told you that the toxins in your bodies might have been deliberately caused by someone? Chapter 764, The Secret of Ginseng Soup _5. I remember. Mrs. Zheng nodded, but you also said that these toxins could have possibly resulted from food incompatibility. Once she finished speaking, Mrs. Zheng exclaimed surprisingly, Yang, are you suspecting the doctor? The doctor had absolutely no motive. Why would she poison anyone? Ni Yang replied, one has to safeguard against the possibility of harm from people. Even though the doctor doesn't have a motive, there is one person who does. Since my return, hasn't someone been afraid that my mom would start fighting with her over the family property? Ni Yang was direct about her thoughts. Although Zheng Lingling hid it very well, she couldn't escape from Ni Yang's eyes. If Zheng Lingling was a good mother, she wouldn't have raised Jing Xianjing to be the way she was. Mrs. Zheng turned pale. Lingling, although she is somewhat greedy, she's not a bad person. Zheng Lingling was brought to her house at the tender age of 7. Mrs. Zheng took care for her with her own hands, and even though she wasn't her birth child, Mrs. Zheng saw no difference. Mrs. Zheng couldn't believe it. She refused to believe that the child she raised single-handedly could do such things. She is Lingling's mother. Can a daughter hurt her mother? I also know what Lingling worries about, which is why I already drafted my will. After I and your grandfather pass away, the Zheng family's property will be split equally between your mom and your aunt. They both know this. They are both my children, so I treat them all equally. Zheng Lingling doesn't need to harm her at all. Ni Yang continued, Grandma, please don't get agitated, I'm just making a guess. As for the real reason, she would find out the truth and everything would become clear. Grandfather Zheng remained silent as if he was mulling over something. After understanding a few things from Mr. and Mrs. Zheng, Ni Yang returned to her room. On her way back, she passed by Zheng Suyu's room. She heard a burst of noises coming from Zheng Suyu's room. Ni Yang halted, knocking at the door. Auntie, are you okay? The noise in the room seemed to have lowered a bit. Auntie, can you open the door? This time, all noise from the room completely stopped. Ni Yang furrowed her brows. Zheng Suyu wasn't thinking straight. It wouldn't be good if she did something that might hurt herself. Ni Yang gathered her strength and directly twisted the doorknob, entering the room with purpose. Zheng Suyu's room was quite big. There was a small reception area up front and then there was the main bedroom. Though Ni Yang heard quite a commotion from outside, the room appeared to be in perfect order, completely different from what she had imagined. Auntie? Ni Yang moved forward. Just then, Zheng Lingling walked out from inside. Yang, what brings you here? Your aunt is having an episode. Currently she doesn't recognize anyone. Leave quickly before she hurts you. Aunt Lingling? Ni Yang was slightly taken aback. Let's go out quickly. Zheng Lingling grabbed hold of Ni Yang's wrist. Ni Yang silently shrugged off Zheng Lingling's hand and moved towards the bedroom. Zheng Lingling followed in Ni Yang's footsteps. Yang, be careful. If you end up getting hurt by your aunt, don't blame me for not warning you. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed out from the bedroom. I'll kill you. I want to kill you. Liars. You all are big liars. Ni Yang deftly avoided, extending her hand to hold Zheng Suyu's hand. Auntie, calm down a bit. Kill you. Kill you. There was no chance of Zheng Suyu calming down. Left with no choice, Ni Yang had to prick her needle at the Laogong acupoint once more. Only then Zheng Suyu quieted down. But even after she quieted down, Zheng Suyu was seemingly incapable of thinking, her pair of eyes dulled and lifeless. There's an injury on her forehead. What happened? Ni Yang asked. Zheng Lingling replied, when your aunt has an episode, she not only hits others but also hurts herself. It's not just her forehead, there are wounds at other places too. As she spoke, Zheng Lingling rolled up Zheng Suyu's sleeve, revealing that Zheng Suyu's arm was entirely covered in wounds. These were all done by your aunt herself. Just then, Zheng Suyu instantly retracted her hand and hugged Ni Yang tightly, crying, Sister-in-law, it hurts. Suyu hurts so bad. There are ghosts want to harm Suyu. Ni Yang was stunned. Did Zheng Suyu mistake her for Mrs. Zheng? Auntie, don't cry, would you like me to treat your injuries? Chapter 765, The Secret of Ginseng Soup _6. Ni Yang must have said something that triggered Zheng Suyu again. She pushed Ni Yang away and shrieked with horror, Ah! Stop! I'm not sick, I won't take any medicine. I'm not sick, I'm not, Zheng Suyu stammered as she staggered backward until she ended up hiding under a table, looking all around in panic. Ni Yang's brows furrowed slightly. Zheng Suyu's sickness wasn't congenital, it was acquired. What kind of trauma did she endure to become like this? When she says that there is a ghost haunting her, is she hinting that this ghost might be the person who orchestrated her misery? Ni Yang squatted down. "I level with Zheng Suyu, ma'am, how about you come out and talk? Don't worry, I won't harm you." "Ghost? You're a ghost. Stay away. Stay away from me," retorted Zheng Suyu, shuffling back in fear, her eyes pulsing with terror, her expression excruciatingly painful. Zheng Lingling intervened. Yang, your aunt's condition is quite critical now, let's just leave, we don't want to agitate her more." Feeling helpless, Ni Yang had no choice but to leave for now. Once back in her room, Ni Yang sat at her desk, drawing a relationship chart of the Zheng family members. Why did Zheng Suyu go mad? Where did the toxins in Mr. and Mrs. Zheng's bodies come from? What role does the doctor play in all this? After Ni Yang finished her chart, she realized that besides Zheng Lingling, both Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao aspired for the Zheng family fortune, making things even more complex. Perhaps Zheng Suyu could be the breakthrough in this conundrum. It seemed that finding her master sooner was vital. Ni Yang looked out of the window to see the night deepening, with only a few stars scattered in the sky. She closed the curtain, turned around, and went to bed. After staying a few days at the Zheng family home, Ni Tsuehua intended to bring Mr. and Mrs. Zheng to stay in Jinghua village for a few days. After spending so much time at the Zheng family home, she missed her small house in the village. Mrs. Zheng agreed, "That sounds great. The air in the countryside is fresh, staying there for a few days might be nice." "Let's bring Aunt Suyu along," suggested Ni Tsuehua. "Bring Aunt Suyu?" asked Zheng Lingling. "What if her sickness flares up while we're in the countryside? I should stay home and take care of her." Ni Tsuehua laughed. "No worries, the countryside is spacious, a change in environment might even benefit Aunt Suyu's health." Before Zheng Lingling could say more, Mrs. Zheng interjected, "Ting, well, proceed as per your idea, let's bring Suyu along." It was endearing to see Ni Tsuehua showing concern. Zheng Lingling narrowed her eyes and suggested, "Mom, then I'll accompany you." Mrs. Zheng disagreed. "Lingling, why don't you come next time? It would be inconvenient to leave the house unattended." The huge Zheng family home couldn't be left without a caretaker, could it? Although Sun Wu was around, in Mrs. Zheng's eyes, he was as irrelevant as a grain weevil. Hearing this, Zheng Lingling humphed to herself. This is what happens when one has their own children, they forget about the adopted child. They were going out to have fun, why should she stay home alone? Was she a guard dog? What if Mrs. Zheng gave all the Zheng family property to Ni Tsuehua behind her back? Damn old woman. "Then I will ask Xianjing to go with you," suggested Zheng Lingling. Mrs. Zheng asked, "Isn't Xianjing in school?" Zheng Lingling replied, "She is in college now, missing a few days of classes wouldn't matter." Mrs. Zheng disagreed, slightly frowning. "That doesn't sound right. A student should focus on their studies, how can she arbitrarily skip classes? She needs to set the proper example as a student." Upon hearing this, frustration welled up inside Zheng Lingling. No matter how you look at it, they just didn't want her to come along. Zheng Lingling continued, "Mom, you're right. A student should prioritize their studies. I didn't consider it thoroughly." Mrs. Zheng nodded. "Lingling, the fact you understand the importance of your studies is enough. Please take care of things while we're gone. We won't be long." When the villagers of Jinghua village found out that Ni Tsuehua had found her long-lost parents and family, they were extremely happy. As soon as they arrived at the village outskirts, loud firecrackers could be heard, a jovial village celebration. Firing the crackers was a way to celebrate and express their joy. "Congrats, Yang Yang's mom. Congrats. Congrats. I always wondered why Yang Yang's mom is so pretty. Turns out she's a lady of a grand family." Touched, Ni Tsuehua replied, "Thanks, everyone. Tonight, come by my place for dinner, let's enjoy the evening together." It was too late to prepare for lunch, so she decided to invite everyone for dinner instead. Ni Tsuehua started preparing for dinner. As she had been staying at the Zheng family residence for several days, her house had run out of provisions. She asked Shangguan Dehue to head to the city to buy some. Dahui, remember to buy lots of meat. Also grab enough alcohol and cigarettes, Ni Tsuehua told Shengguan Dahui. Shengguan Dahui nodded, all right, I got it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wang Ziki, holding a stack of documents, knocked gently on Master Du's door. Master Du, come in. A voice came from inside after a while. Wang Ziki opened the door to walk in, stopping in front of a beaded curtain. Master Du was behind the curtain. Master Du, I found the person, declared Wang Ziki. The room fell silent for a moment. Afterward, a skeletal hand parted the beaded curtain. Master Du emerged. Who is it? Chapter 766. It's her _1. Master Du seemed to have just woken up, his face still beholden to a sense of drowsiness. He held a string of Buddha beads in his hand as he haughtily surveyed Wang Ziki. Wang Ziki continued. From my investigation, I found out the car that night belonged to the Jing family, and the Miss Jing from the Jing family, Jing Xianjing, was the one sitting inside the car. Look, this here is Jing Xianjing's travel record for that day. Finishing his speech, Wang Ziki handed over the documents to Master Du. Master Du reached out and swiftly flipped through the records. According to the documents, Jing Xianjing's travel time coincided with the time of the incident that night. And there's this. Wang Ziki passed one more photograph to Master Du. In the darkened background of the photo, a figure wearing a beige coat could be vaguely discerned. The figure's slipping hair hid their face. Master Du squinted. The scene set out in the photograph overlay with what he had seen that night. Even though Master Du had been severely injured at the time, his memory was clear. He clearly remembered that the person he had passed that fleeting instant wore a beige coat. Later, they hurriedly returned to the alley to see that figure get into a small passenger car. Because they had only had a fleeting look, the car sped off before he could respond. Where did this photograph come from? Master Du continued to question. This photograph was taken by a photo fanatic, Ziki explained. It had taken a lot of resources to obtain this photo. The term fanatic was a popular term of the 80s, used to express a kind of obsession towards something. Originally, the term had been introduced from Hong Kong Island. Do you have Zheng Xianjing's personal information? Master Du followed up. Yes. Wang Ziki nodded and handed over a document. Master Du reached out to receive it. Wang Ziki was an excellent subordinate. He delved deeply into Zheng Xianjing's personal data. No medical training? No martial arts training? Master Du flipped through a few pages of the documents and frowned slightly. That person from that night clearly possessed superb medical skills and formidable martial arts techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have managed to rescue them from such peril. But Jing Xianjing was a typical upper-class lady. She'd studied violin, piano, and dance, but no martial arts. Moreover, she studied finance at university, which had no relation to medicine whatsoever. Could she be the person from that night? Since she was the one who saved his life, Master Du couldn't draw a conclusion too hastily. Master Du, one should not judge a book by its cover. Perhaps Miss Zhang is one who keeps her abilities hidden? You've been in this circle, you should know the depths it holds. Who can truly know, Wang Ziki said. One can never be entirely sure of such things. Having seen his fair share of the world, Master Du naturally understood this principle. Arrange a meeting with her at your earliest convenience. I wish to meet her personally. After a long while, Master Du spoke. Understood. Wang Ziki nodded. Ni family. Today, the NIS courtyard was exceptionally lively. Almost all the villagers had come, and no one came empty-handed. Some brought eggs, others brought fruits from their trees. Lady Zheng, who had lived in a large manor for so long, was experiencing such humble and genuine camaraderie for the first time. This was indicative of the popularity of the Ni family in Jinghua village. The dinner was prepared by Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang. The main course was beef stew noodles. Each table was served with 8 dishes, 5 meats and 3 vegetables. The beef slices were especially thick and large. Biting into a piece was a mouthful of meat. Along with the flavorful broth-soaked noodles, The food was delicious to the point of evoking sighs of delight. During dinner, people kept toasting to Lady Zhang and Old Master Zhang. Old Master, Old Lady, our toast to you. Old Master Zhang and Lady Zhang didn't display any air of disdain as they rose from their seats. Thank you. Thank you everyone for caring for our Tingting for so long. We're not looking after Yang Yang's mom. It's clearly Yang Yang and her mother taking care of us. Old Master, Old Lady, you're truly blessed. You have such a good daughter, and your daughter has such an outstanding daughter. Ni Yang had done too much for Jinghua village. Everyone was deeply appreciative of her. Had it not been for Ni Yang, Jinghua village would still be on the same level as the other villages. Jinghua village's conditions were obviously much better than other villages, far more than a few times over. While the other villages had an annual income not exceeding 100, the average income of the people in Jinghua village had surpassed 500. Chapter 767, It's Her _2. The wide and long cement road alone was enough to make people in other villages envious. After dinner, each family would leave one person to help Ni Tsuihua clean the kitchen and wash the dishes. With many hands at work, it didn't take long for the small kitchen to be tidied up neatly. Mrs. Zheng sighed, the atmosphere of this village is really great. Mr. Zheng nodded, yes. It feels like we've gone back many years. After spending many years in elite circles, the emotional warmth had faded somewhat. The next day, Ni Yang planned to visit her master and his wife. She bought a lot of nutritional supplements and set off on her bike. The couple lived on the other side of Beijing, more than 60 kilometers away from Jinghua village. Riding a bike was not enough, so Ni Yang cycled to the city, then took a taxi. Standing in front of the familiar courtyard gate, Ni Yang was filled with mixed feelings. At this point in her previous life, her senior brother had already been killed, so 2 white lanterns hung in front of the small courtyard, making it look desolate and lonely. In this life, her senior brother was still alive and well, and the red lantern was still the same as before. It was a relief. Ni Yang knocked on the door of the courtyard. After a period, the door was opened by a kind-looking old lady in her 60s or 70s. Hello, who are you looking for? This was Wang Zhoushi, her master's wife from her previous life. Coming from a feudal society, the master's wife had no name of her own. After marrying her master, she adopted his surname and combined it with her own to be called Wang Zhoushi. Upon seeing her benefactors from her previous life again, Ni Yang's eyes welled up with tears. Moss, she nearly said, Master, but quickly swallowed it back and asked, Hello, is this Dr. Wang's home? Wang Zhoushi nodded, Yes, come in, young lady. For some unknown reason, even though it was her first time meeting this young lady, Wang Zhoushi felt a very friendly sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for a long time. The small courtyard was as familiar as ever. Wang Zhoushi led Ni Yang into the living room. Sit here for a moment, young lady, I'll go call someone for you. The master had no hobbies other than cockfighting and drinking. He was probably competing with his old buddies next door right now. After her senior brother's death in the previous life, the master suddenly aged overnight. He stopped cockfighting and drinking. That would be great, thank you. It's not a problem at all, it's the least I could do. You can wait here. Wang Zhoushi walked out. Ni Yang sat in the chair, quietly observing everything in the living room. The living room's furnishings were very simple and clean. Although the master was a divine doctor, his lifestyle was quite modest. Because he never overcharged, and even paid out of his pocket when treating impoverished families. Soon after, Wang Zhoushi clutched a vibrant, glossy-feathered rooster, and returned with Master Wang. Old Master Wang held the rooster in his arms, grumbling, It's all your fault. Without your interruption, my undefeated general would have won. Wang Zhoushi replied, lost for words, and what if he did win? Can we eat him? Can we spend him? I truly can't understand what's so amusing about this game with roosters. You're no longer young and it's a bit shameful to act like this. Master Wang turned his head away in disdain, a woman's opinion. I can't be bothered to talk to you. I can't be bothered to talk to you either. Even as they bickered, they made their way into the living room. Seeing the couple return, Yang immediately stood up from her chair. Dr. Wang. Master Wang was stunned. He didn't recognize this young lady. Traditional Chinese medicine pays attention to observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking, and just one glance told him that this young lady did not come to seek treatment. If she was not here for treatment, what was she here for? Yang read Master Wang's confusion and continued, Dr. Wang, my name is Yang, and the both of you can call me Yang. I came here today to express my gratitude. Yang placed a pile of nutritional supplements on the table. Dr. Wang became even more confused. Young lady, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Yang was so beautiful, that if he really had seen her before, he would have remembered her. It was impossible for him not to have any impression at all. Yang had prepared a line of argument in advance. Dr. Wang, do you remember saving a little girl from drowning 15 years ago? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even exist now. Throughout his life, Dr. Wang had saved countless people. He vaguely remembered such an incident, but he had forgotten the specifics. Chapter 768, It's Her _3. This child was one who understood gratitude. So many years had passed, yet she still remembered it in her heart. Dr. Wang smiled and said, as a doctor, I am merely doing my duty to heal the sick and injured. There's no need for such courtesy, young lady. Yang continued, ever since the incident 15 years ago, I've aspired to be just like you, Dr. Wang, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who heals the sick and injured. Over the years, I've read quite a few medical books. Dr. Wang, I wish to take you as my master. Yang's sincerity was palpable. The medical skills she possessed were all taught by Dr. Wang. Therefore, it was only right for her to ask to formally become his apprentice. Old Dr. Wang stroked his beard. If you wish to become my apprentice, you must have some real skills. You said you've read medical books, right? The young lady is so beautiful, becoming an apprentice might just be a passing whim. Old Wang didn't take Yang's request to heart. Yes. Yang nodded. Follow me. Old Wang gestured and walked outside. Yang followed his steps. Old Wang took Yang to the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with an abundance of drying herbs, the air wafted with a subtle medicinal scent. Old Wang pointed at these herbs and said, if you can correctly identify all these herbs today, I'll take you as my apprentice. Wang Zhosher tugged at Dr. Wang's sleeve. Old man, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for the young lady? There are so many herbs, even I can't recognize them all. How could she possibly do so? Old Wang continued, if she can't identify them, it means that we don't share a master-apprentice destiny. Wang Zhosher, speechless, retorted, what master-apprentice destiny you speak of? The young lady is so pretty, just her willingness to accept you as a master should make you gleeful. Yet, here you are still flaunting your masterly arrogance. A woman's perspective. While the two were speaking, Yang approached the drying racks and began to identify the herbs. This is chunbujian, purple velvet grass, stemless vine, crow leaf. These herbs have detoxifying properties. This is green ginseng, 5-flavor skin, chickspear vine, maple bark, old stork grass. These herbs can eliminate rheumatism and strengthen muscles. Dr. Wang's expression gradually shifted to surprise. He didn't expect Yang to successfully identify all the herbs. In addition, she not only recognized them all, but also understood the properties of the herbs. She was clearly a genius. Wang Zhosher was also taken aback. She spent many years assisting Dr. Wang, and despite routinely drying these herbs herself, she couldn't identify all of them like Yang did. Doctors value talent, and old Wang was no exception. He walked over to Yang. Good, very good. Today, Wang Erge officially accepts you as his apprentice. Throughout his life, he had taken several apprentices, but none of them turned out promising. They couldn't even memorize the names of the herbs, leading them to eventually give up. Yang immediately knelt and kowtowed in respect. Master and mistress, please accept my salutation. Good child, stand up. The elderly pair walked over and helped Yang to her feet. "Thank you, master and mistress." Yang addressed them naturally, delighting the elderly couple. Soon after, Old Wang took Yang to pay respects to the ancestral master. Old Wang's medical skills were passed down from the lineage of Bien Quebec. Hanging on the wall was a portrait of Bien K, below which hung the portrait of a more recent ancestral master. Old Wang handed 3 sticks of incense to Yang. "From today onwards, you are the 108th direct disciple of my Xian medical lineage. In the future, you must uphold the medical ethics, maintain integrity in practicing medicine. Live in peace, sleep in peace, bearing no guilt. I will heed your teachings." Yang bowed and placed the incense into the incense burner. Yang was very clever. Many things only had to be explained once by Old Wang, and she would understand. Old Wang was overjoyed. After so many years, he had finally found a disciple with exceptional aptitude. Old Wang was eager to parade Yang around, to let everyone know how gifted his new disciple was. Old Wang stroked his beard, triumphantly saying, "Let's see how Lin Yuan mocks me now." Lin Yuan was Old Wang's senior fellow apprentice and another divine doctor. His medical skills were on par with Old Wang. The only difference was, Lin Yuan had an extraordinarily talented apprentice, and always boasted about his apprentice to Old Wang. Furthermore, he mocked Old Wang for having no one to inherit his medical skills. Wang Zhoushe laughed, "Look how smug you are." Old Wang took a sip of wine, crossed his legs and stated, "I do have something to be smug about." Chapter 769, It's her _4. Wang Zhoushe shakes his head helplessly, dealing with a person of such an age who still acts like a child every day. For 3 consecutive days, Yang spends the afternoon with old Mr. Wang. Wang Ziki seldom stays at home, and the old couple, Mr. Wang and Wang Zhoushe, find their home life quite dull. But with the arrival of Yang, smiles have returned to the faces of the elderly couple. Despite Yang's sound medical skills from her previous life, in her current life, she discovers lots of new information when she revisits her studies. Yang is flipping through a medical book when she looks up at Mr. Wang and asks, "Master, is there any way to cure mental illnesses?" Old Mr. Wang puts down his wine glass and replies, "There is one method, in fact. It was developed by our ancestral master, Bien Quebec." "Really?" Yang shows interest and puts down her medical book. Old Mr. Wang continues, "But this method is very dangerous. As the ancients said, improper use by a doctor could be life-threatening." "Is it that serious?" Yang frowned slightly, then, "Master, do you know how to do it?" "Of course I do. I'm your master, how could I not know?" Old Mr. Wang strokes his beard before continuing, "This method is called the Ghost Gate 13 Needles. According to the Emergency 1000 Gold Essential Recipes, Volume 14, Chapter 5 on Wind Epilepsy, it is mentioned, Bien K said, the needle has 13 holes to treat the illnesses caused by 100 evils. When administering the needles, start with the Ghost Palace, then the Ghost Letter, the Ghost Rampart, and the Ghost Heart. It is not necessary to conduct all 13 needles, just 5 or 6 points could be enlightening. The Ghost Gate 13 Needles is a distinctive therapeutic method from the profound knowledge of acupuncture, and is the most miraculous aspect of Chinese acupuncture. In ancient times, it was a secret technique not taught outside the family of mystical medicine practitioners. It specifically treats various mental disorders, which in modern medical terms include depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, and other mental illnesses. This method gathers the essence of various acupuncture methods, utilizes different acupuncture points mechanism, and obtains unique curative effects upon reaching the disease. It holds an important place in the history of world medicine. To this day, medical researchers take the Ghost Gate 13 Needles as one of the important research topics. Old Mr. Wang casually picks up a medical book and hands it to Yang. "You take this book and have a look." Yang takes the medical book. The book is Chinese Medicine, Acupuncture, which contains detailed information about the Ghost Gate 13 Needles. As the name suggests, the Ghost Gate 13 Needles consist of 13 needles, which are administered over the course of 13 days. Also, the requirements for the practitioner are very high. Any slight negligence may result in a backlash. Ni Young asks, Master, have you ever applied the Ghost Gate 13 needles? No, old Mr. Wang continues, the Ghost Gate 13 needles was a forbidden needle in ancient times. It involves karma. People without considerable merit and virtue cannot use it lightly, else it could result in a reduced lifespan and a discontinuation of their offspring. Usually, doctors would not use this kind of forbidden needle carelessly. Without saying any more words, old Mr. Wang adds, the Ghost Gate 13 needles are highly unorthodox. I've been practicing medicine for many years, and I haven't seen any of my colleagues daring to use it. Not even your senior brother dared to touch it. Ni Young, don't you act recklessly. It is not easy for me to come across a talented disciple like you. Ni Young slightly nods, I understand, Master. Can I take this book home to study it further? You may. Upon returning home, Ni Young begins to focus on studying the Ghost Gate 13 needles. She wants to cure Jianghu. She is determined to cure Jianghu. Her sixth sense tells her that Jianghu must know something. Cafe. Zhang Xianjing sits at a window seat, her gaze constantly shifting outside, as if waiting for someone. After a while, a tall man with bronze skin walks in and asks, Hello, are you Miss Zhang? Zhang Xianjing is startled, Who are you? She planned to meet with a classmate. She doesn't recognize the man standing in front of her. At this point, Zhang Xianjing realizes that the usually crowded cafe is only occupied by herself and this man today. The atmosphere is eerily quiet. Who is this man? What does he want to do? My name is Wang Ziki, and I am Master Du's assistant, the man says, while placing a photo on the coffee table. Miss Zhang, is this you? Master Du? The Master Du from the world-famous Bund in Shanghai? Seemingly except for this Master Du, no one else would dare to call themselves as Master Du. No wonder he was able to book the entire cafe. Zhang Xianjing is thrilled, her heart pounding with excitement. Why would Master Du pay attention to her? And why did he get a photograph of her? Could it be, he took a liking to her? Zhang Xianjing keeps her rising thrill in check and nods, Yes, this is me. Chapter 770. It's her _5. Wang Ziki continued, Miss Zhang, did you happen to be near Dellen Road one night, 3 months ago? A normal person would definitely not remember something from that long ago. But Zhang Xianjing remembered it very clearly. That night, she discovered that Mo Baichuan was with Zhao Jingrong and was severely humiliated by Jingrong. Zhang Xianjing knew that something was definitely off. She narrowed her eyes and proceeded to say, This photo was taken near an alleyway off Dellen Road. I was indeed wearing this beige coat that night. By the way, why were you taking pictures of me? Zhang Xianjing picked up the photo, a look of alertness on her face. Wang Ziki sat directly opposite Zhang Xianjing. It seems Miss Zhang remembers what happened that night. What are you trying to say? Zhang Xianjing narrowed her eyes. Did something happen that night? Wang Ziki continued, Miss Zhang, you are our savior. I assure you, I won't harm you. A savior? Zhang Xianjing was stupefied, her mind racing. Then it dawned on her, Wang Ziki must have mistaken her for someone else. So, what should she do now? Should she go with the flow or deny it straight away? His name was a prominent one in Shanghai's high society. If she denied it, she would lose a good opportunity to come closer to him. Moreover, a savior. If she became his savior, wouldn't she have all Shanghai at her disposal? If Shanghai was hers, she wouldn't need to worry about her old relatives not giving her the Zhang family's wealth. Even the Zhang family would be proud of her. Finally, she could show them. This was a great opportunity. Of course, Zhang Xianjing could not let it pass. Wang Ziki added, Miss Zhang, do you have any wishes to fulfill? You are his savior now, he would do anything to help you. Zhang Xianjing carefully considered her words, then replied, My initial intention to save someone was not to gain anything. Mr. Wang Ziki, don't you think your actions are very disrespectful? The implication of her words was, had she wanted something in return, she wouldn't have left after saving them. At this point, Jiang Xianjing successfully aligned herself with the role of a savior. Her words had a touch of pride to them. I apologize, that was my mistake, Wang Ziki continued. But one should repay life-saving kindness. Miss Zheng, please give us the opportunity to express our gratitude. As he finished, Wang Ziki took out a box filled with diamonds and jewelry and placed it in front of Jiang Xianjing. Miss Zheng, this is a small token of our gratitude, please accept. Having grown up in an affluent family, Jiang Xianjing immediately recognized the jewelry which came from Wei country. It was once worn by a princess of Wei country in the last century. As expected of him, he was indeed generous. Even though Jiang Xianjing was tempted to take the necklace of considerable value, she decided not to. As the saying goes, favors are easily forgotten. What if after taking the necklace, consider her as someone who is fond of vanity, and ignore her? So, she has to bide her time to catch a bigger fish. She needs to make him remember her favor for a lifetime. Jiang Xianjing picked up her bag, stood up sharply from the chair and coolly said, no need. She was not one to love vanity. Therefore, she wouldn't accept his gift. Miss Zheng. Wang Ziki followed Jiang Xianjing's steps. In a corner where Wang Ziki couldn't see, a triumphant smile played across Jiang Xianjing's lips. She had never dreamed that one day she would end up being his savior. Wang Ziki signaled a waiter who quietly stuck out a leg. Jiang Xianjing lost her balance and nearly fell. Fortunately, she grabbed the door frame to steady herself. Wang Ziki rushed forward to help her. Miss Zheng, are you all right? I'm fine. Jiang Xianjing shook her head. Wang Ziki continued, you want to go home? Let me drive you. No need, Jiang Xianjing straightforwardly rejected. We have a chauffeur at home. Also, please don't come to see me anymore. Your actions are very troubling. Even if it weren't you and him that night, I would have saved anyone else in your situation. I never intended to gain anything from it. Chapter 771, It's her _6. Upon finishing what she had to say, Jiang Xianjing turned around and left. Wang Ziki watched as Jiang Xianjing got into a black sedan before turning and heading into the cafe. As soon as he stepped in, he saw a man clad in a plain long robe, walk out. It's not her. What do you mean, it's not her? Wang Ziki was taken aback. Her voice is different, her height is different, and her nimbleness is different too, continued. Having interacted with the woman at close quarters that night, had failed to get a good look at her face, but he remembered her voice distinctly. Moreover, he recalled that when they brushed past each other, her height was level with his ears. But Jiang Xianjing was considerably shorter than Wang Ziki. Moreover, noted that the kick sent towards Jiang Xianjing had been intentionally arranged to gauge her agility. If Jiang Xianjing were indeed remarkably agile, she would not have fallen easily. Miss Zheng didn't fall earlier, Wang Ziki said. That's because she held on to the door, noted. Wang Ziki fell silent. After a moment's thought, he said, but she admitted that she was the one there that night. Wang Ziki was a little naive, as he himself didn't lie, he unconsciously assumed that no one else in the world did either. Running his fingers over the Buddha beads, said, who wouldn't want to attract wealth to the degree that she does? He had encountered countless women like Jiang Xianjing who tried to evade capture by instigating their pursuers to catch them. He was now used to their antics. Incidentally, he came today hoping to make some progress but left feeling disappointed. Could it be that Miss Zheng wasn't the one we encountered that night? Wang Ziki asked. But the car was from the Zheng family. And who else could it be if not her? Don't the Zhengs have anyone apart from Jiang Xianjing? Retorted. The Zheng family includes old Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng, who are too old to be the person we're looking for. Also, there are Zheng Lingling and her husband's son Wu, who were adopted by the Zhengs. However, after our investigation, it seems that Zheng Lingling didn't go out that evening and son Wu, a grown man, is certainly not the one. The only possible person is Jiang Xianjing. Moreover, her picture was taken by a fan, so there's nothing left to doubt, Di. It was definitely Jiang Xianxia who saved us. What if this is all a coincidence? Di asked in return. Wang Ziki scratched his head. Are there really so many coincidences in this world? There's no such thing as the perfect story without coincidences, Di mused, running his fingers over the Buddha beads. Identifying his savior was important. Di did not want to mistake her identity mistakenly. This would not only be disrespectful towards the person who saved him, but also irresponsible towards himself. Wang Ziki suddenly seemed to remember something. Right, Di, the Zhengs have recently found their biological daughter, Zheng Tingting. She has a daughter herself, who is about the same age as Jiang Xianxia. But the thing is, Zheng Tingting was only recently reunited with the Zhengs, so the timeline doesn't add up. With narrowed eyes, Di fell silent. Finding himself at a loss, he wondered if he might have been mistaken from the start. Perhaps, the person he'd seen when returning was not the one who'd come to his aid. Reflecting on this, Di asked, that night, when you were supposed to take me to the hospital and had to go back and forth on the way, how much time had passed before you got back to the mouth of the alley? About, Wang Ziki thought for a moment, 20 minutes or so. 20 minutes. A lot could happen in 20 minutes. No normal person would linger around a dangerous alley for 20 minutes. Moreover, when Di had come out, he thought he'd seen a bicycle parked in the corner of the alley. But when he came back, the bicycle was missing. Ziki, when you were helping me out, did you see a bicycle on the side? Di pressed on. I don't think so. With Di seriously ill, Wang Ziki had been so anxious that he didn't have the time or disposition to notice anything else. I saw one, Di remarked, eyes narrowed. It was a Phoenix brand bicycle. Wang Ziki said, Di, are you sure you weren't hallucinating? You were severely injured and almost unconscious at the time. How could you possibly observe things so closely? I still think the person was Miss Jiang Xianxia. Had it really just been his hallucination? As he leaned back in his chair, Di tapped his fingers on the table. Then, he took something out of his pocket and handed it to Wang Ziki. Here, give this to Jiang Xianxia. It was a red velvet box that held an exquisite crystal hair clip. Under the light, it glimmered dazzlingly. What a coincidence it was. When he brushed past her, the hair clip she had on fell into his hand. Due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't had the chance to return it to her then. All right. Wang Ziki took the velvet box and nodded. Chapter 772, Wise Uncle Du, Ignorance. _1 After saying this, Wang Ziki asked again, what if Jiang Xianxia doesn't accept? Jiang Xianxia doesn't seem like a greedy person, otherwise, she would not have rejected that extremely expensive necklace. Master Du was unflustered, leisurely twirling his Buddha beads. If she doesn't accept, let her see what's inside the box. Even though Wang Ziki didn't understand what Master Du meant, he still nodded. After thinking for a moment, Wang Ziki asked, what if even after seeing what's inside the box she still doesn't accept? Master Du glanced at Wang Ziki, then bring it back. All right. Wang Ziki headed out of the room with the small velvet box. As soon as Jiang Xianxia returned, she immediately informed Zheng Lingling about the situation. Zheng Lingling was surprised and stated, Xianxia, are you serious? This man is Master Du. Master Du is an influential figure in Shanghai. The Du family is from Shanghai and they are legendary. If Jiang Xianxia can win Master Du over, her future will be bright. Then, the Jing family will become the most prominent among all the wealthy families in Beijing. Yes, it's true. Jiang Xianxia nodded. Master Du's assistant personally came to see me. He even gave me a necklace that was worn by a queen from Y country last century. Did you accept it? Zheng Lingling asked anxiously. I didn't, said Jiang Xianxia, shaking her head. Zheng Lingling managed to keep her emotions in control and said, then it's good that you didn't. A man like Master Du has seen all kinds of women. If you accepted something from him today, it would mean that you would owe each other nothing. Who is Master Du? Isn't he surrounded by different types of women? What Zheng Xianjing needs to do is to differentiate herself from others. Only by being different can she catch Master Du's eye. A necklace from the last century is nothing, the most important thing is to gain Master Du's favor. Zheng Lingling truly knows men well. Zheng Xianjing then told Zheng Lingling about how she had refused Master Du's offer. Hearing this, Zheng Lingling repeatedly nodded in agreement. Well done. Xianjing, you did an excellent job. Continue in this manner, only then will you be able to catch Master Du's attention. With Zheng Lingling's reassurance, Zheng Xianjing felt more confident about her actions. She was beautiful and talented, as long as she used a few tricks, she was sure that Master Du would be charmed by her. With sparkling eyes, Zheng Xianjing seemed to envision the envious looks she would get from people in the future. After saying this, Zheng Lingling continued, by the way, your grandparents are coming back today. Remember to behave when they arrive, understand? Zheng Xianjing nodded impatiently. Zheng Lingling patted Zheng Xianjing on the shoulder, bear with it for now. Once you have won over Master Du, they will have to fawn over you whether they like it or not. Okay. In the afternoon, as expected, the old Master Zheng and his wife returned, accompanied by Zheng Suyu, Ni Tsuehua, and Shengguan Dehui. The happy group made Zheng Xianjing and Zheng Lingling feel a little out of place. A hint of displeasure flashed through Zheng Lingling's eyes, but she still walked forward with a smile. Mom, Dad, you're finally back. While you were away, Xianjing kept talking about you. We are back, the old Mrs. Zheng nodded. Xianjing, didn't you have classes today? Zheng Xianjing shook her head. I had no class in the afternoon, and knowing that you and Granddad were returning, as soon as my morning classes ended, I came back. The old Mrs. Zheng held Zheng Xianjing's hand. Good girl, it's a rarity for you to think of us. The old Mrs. Zheng had watched Zheng Xianjing grow from a baby into this graceful young woman. She truly loved this granddaughter of hers. Zheng Xianjing wore a smile on her face, but she had a cold smirk in her heart. That old hag. On the face of it, she treated Zheng Xianjing as a favored granddaughter, but behind her back, she planned to divide the Zheng family's wealth among others, which was detestable. Not long after, the Zheng family had more visitors. Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao arrived, each bringing their family members with them. The old Mr. and Mrs. Zheng had been absent from home for several days, so naturally, they wanted to make a good impression now that they were back. Even a minor share of the Zheng family's wealth would be enough for them. Zheng Yingyue and Zheng Yingmei were calling everybody aunt and cousin. They couldn't have been more affectionate if they tried. In the past, when they visited the Zheng family, they would try to win Zheng Xianjing over. But now that nobody wanted Zheng Xianjing, they changed their tactics to win over the old Mrs. Zheng, Ni Tsuehua, and little Ni Yun. Chapter 773, Wise Uncle Du, Ignorance. _2. Last time at the family reunion, it was clear to them, Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang were far from being country folks. Now, making them happy was the most important thing. Zheng Xianjing sat there, her face twisted in anger, but she still maintained a polite smile. She wouldn't lower herself to the level of those who lacked discernment. Just then, a servant walked over and said, Madam, there's someone downstairs looking for Miss Xianjing. Who is it? Zheng Xianjing looked up at the servant. I don't know. The servant shook his head. Didn't he say who he was? Zheng Xianjing asked. No. The servant continued shaking his head. Don't let him wait outside, it's impolite. Xiao Zhao, let the guest in, the old Mrs. Zheng said. Yes, madam. The servant left to get the guest. Soon, the servant returned with a tall man. Zheng Xianjing's eyes brightened, the knots in her heart unraveling. She nudged Zheng Lingling's arm and whispered, Mom, he's Dus assistant, Wang Ziki. Zheng Lingling gave a soft cough and said in a voice only they could hear, Good, I understand. You must be careful, do not act like the vulgar women outside and displease Du. Zheng Xianjing nodded her head. Of course, she knew this. The servant brought Wang Ziki to them. Wang Ziki bent politely and said, Miss Zheng. Zheng Xianjing replied with a hint of displeasure, Why have you come again? Didn't I make myself clear this morning? As the Jing family always emphasized manners, old Mrs. Jing scolded with a stern face, Xianjing, how can you speak to a guest like this? Wang Ziki immediately said, are you the Jing parents? Wang Ziki, Das assistant. Here today to convey Das gratitude to Miss Zheng. Do? Did old Mrs. Zheng just squint, the Do from Shirley House? The Do from Shirley House was known to be ruthless and sharp, almost everyone in the circle knew him. Hearing this, Shangguan Dehui also looked at Wang Ziki. He had heard about Das feats, but he had not expected to meet Das assistant today. Yes, Wang Ziki nodded. 3 months ago, Du was in danger in an alleyway on Dellen Road. Luckily, a woman with heroic spirit rescued him. After investigation, it was found that the woman was Miss Zheng. Du has been wanting to express his gratitude, but Miss Zheng has refused. What? Zheng Xianjing saved Du? She was Dus' life-saving benefactor. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zheng Xianjing in disbelief. Zheng Xianjing just stood there, her face unchanged, but her heart was racing. This Wang Ziki arrived just in time. Those people who didn't want to interact with her earlier must now be regretting it. With that, Wang Ziki turned to Zheng Xianjing and said, Miss Zheng, Du would really like to express his gratitude. By the way, this is a gift from Du, please accept it. Wang Ziki spoke while opening a red velvet box as per Dus' orders. In the velvet box was a dazzling crystal hairpin with delicate tassels. It looked stunning. This was a gift from Du. It must be worth a lot. Zheng Yingyue and Zheng Yingmei looked on in envy, their hearts filled with bitterness. They stretched their necks in an attempt to see what was in the box. Most girls liked shiny jewelry. Unfortunately, she was not an ordinary girl. Zheng Xianjing looked at the hairpin and then calmly looked away. Take it back. I won't accept this. She refused. Zheng Xianjing actually refused. No one expected Zheng Xianjing to decline Dus' gift. Zheng Yingyue was looking with regret in her eyes, wishing she could rush forward and accept the gift on Zheng Xianjing's behalf. Miss Zheng, this is a token of Dus' gratitude, said Wang Ziki. Zheng Lingling chimed in, Sir, Xianjing has already made herself clear. Please kindly take your gift and leave. Wang Ziki looked troubled. Please leave, Zheng Xianjing continued, and do not come again. Chapter 774, Wise Uncle Du, Ignorance. _3. Madame Zheng said, Sir, as the Buddha says, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda. Xianjing saved Mr. Du. She is indeed amassing virtue for herself. Since she doesn't wish to accept these gifts, please take them back. Madame Zheng was very pleased that Zheng Xianjing was so reasonable. Others may not be as indifferent when faced with wealth and power. Wang Ziki bent slightly towards Madame Zheng. I will come to visit you again. Madame Zheng nodded. With no other option, Wang Ziki had to leave with the unaccepted gifts. After Wang Ziki left, the initially quiet living room immediately became lively. Madame Zheng looked at Zheng Xianjing. Xianjing, why didn't you tell us about this? Zheng Xianjing said, it was just a matter of convenience. I didn't think it was worth mentioning, so I didn't tell you. Zheng Lingling said, Xianjing has always had a kind heart since she was a child. She wouldn't even hurt an ant on the road. Madame Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Zheng Xing looked at Zheng Xianjing with a fawning smile. Saving Mr. Du is not a small matter. You see, Mr. Du is a big shot in Shanghai. Xianjing, I'm your uncle. When you have time, please speak on my behalf in front of Mr. Du, so your cousin Minghui can also benefit from your good deed. Zheng Sheng and his children are all typical snobs. Just a moment ago, they hadn't shown this much enthusiasm. A sarcastic smile formed at the corner of Zheng Xianjing's mouth. Uncle, you joke too much. I don't have the ability to speak on your behalf in front of Mr. Du. Moreover, why would a high-profile person like Mr. Du listen to my ramblings? I'm not joking. How could this be a joke? Zheng Xing responded, you're the one who saved Mr. Du's life. Zheng Xianjing took a sip of tea and did not say a word. Zheng Gao then added, dear niece, while you're thinking about your cousin Minghui, don't forget your cousin Mingming. A group of shameless people. Zheng Xianjing put her teacup on the table, turned to Jing Sheng and Jing Gao, laughed. Isn't it surprising how you uncles suddenly remembered me just now? Even a clay figure has its own temper. Did they really think they could toy with her? An embarrassed look flashed across the faces of Jing Sheng and Jing Gao, regretting the fact that they had ignored Jing Xianjing earlier. They had to change the subject. Sweet niece, there you go joking again. Madame Zheng looked at Jing Xianjing and continued, Xianjing, it was right of you not to accept Mr. Dust's gifts. We, the Jing family, should behave with such grace. Jing Xianjing nodded, thank you, grandmother, for your praise. With such an accomplished daughter, even Jing Lingling seemed brighter. She puffed up her chest, her gaze landed on Nai Tsuehua, her eyes hardening. Just wait, one of these days, she would kick this country bumpkin out of the Jing family's door. In just a moment, the tone around them shifted. The guests who had just been flattering Nai Tsuehua, now turned their boats and headed for Jing Lingling and Jing Xianjing's side. Nai Tsuehua sighed in silence. It is true that the human heart is the most fickle thing in the world. But it also allowed Nai Tsuehua to see the true faces of some people clearly. She initially thought that Jing Sheng and Jing Gao, these two family members, were very kind. Now it seems, they are not simple at all. Sun Wu was at work during the day. When he received the news in the evening, he became so happy that he felt like he was about to go crazy. Oh my God! My daughter is so awesome. Zheng Lingling said, what use is it for your daughter to be so awesome, aren't you still a sure loser? If only Sun Wu had a bit of talent, ownership of the Zheng Corporation would have long been transferred, she wouldn't have needed to work so hard. As long as my daughter has the ability, what does it matter if I'm useless? Sun Wu retorted, when Mr. Du will also call me his father-in-law, countless people in Beijing and Shanghai will be envious of me. Zheng Lingling nodded in agreement, you are right about that. However, Xianjing wants to marry Mr. Mog. Although Mr. Du is powerful, he is still a bit lacking compared to Mr. Mog. Although Mr. Du is a tycoon, Mr. Mog is indeed internationally renowned. These two men belong to the one mountain cannot contain two tigers kind. Sun Wu continued, after all, Mr. Mog is virtual, while Mr. Du is concrete, and he came to us on his own initiative. Don't they always say in the old times, to repay someone's life-saving grace, one should promise their body? I think Xianjing should hold on firmly to Mr. Du. Otherwise we'll end up with neither the chicken nor the eggs, and we won't get anything. Chapter 775, Wise Uncle Du, Ignorance. _4. One might say that Sun Wu doesn't usually stand out, and that wouldn't be a false claim. Zheng Lingling kept nodding her head, yes, you're right. I'll go talk to Xianjing right now. Zheng Lingling went to Jing Xianjing's bedroom where Xianjing was sitting on the sofa watching television. Mom. Zheng Lingling nodded, conveying Sun Wu's words to Jing Xianjing. Xianjing, I think your dad is right. You have to seize this opportunity to win over Mr. Du. Jing Xianjing smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I've got this. Give up on Mr. Mog? Impossible. She wants to marry Mr. Mog, and at the same time, she wants to have Mr. Du fall for her, willing to give all for her. With that, Jing Xianjing continued, Mom, when do you say I should stop rejecting Mr. Du? Zheng Lingling spoke with a smile on her lips, until he comes to see you himself. Will he come? Jing Xianjing was a bit worried, what if he doesn't come to see me? Don't worry, Zheng Lingling patted Jing Xianjing's hand, he will. Zheng Lingling understands men well. Jing Xianjing's rebellious behavior would pique any man's interest and curiosity. How could Mr. Du not come? After all, what you can't have is always the most appealing. After saying all this, Zheng Lingling returned to her own room. Wang Ziki went directly to Mr. Du's residence. Mr. Du sat at a desk by the window, reading Buddhist scriptures. Without lifting his head at the sound of footsteps, he asked, was the item delivered? No. Wang Ziki shook his head, placing the small velvet box on the desk. Not delivered. As expected. Mr. Du's face didn't show any expression, you found the wrong person. What? Wang Ziki was taken aback. Mr. Du calmly turned a page of the Buddhist scripture. Jing Xianjing is not the one who saved us that night. No need to look for her anymore. Fortunately, she didn't accept the necklace he offered before. Otherwise, he would have made a loss-making deal. Mr. Du never made a bad deal. On what basis are you sure that she wasn't the person from that night? Wang Ziki asked. To Wang Ziki, Jing Xianjing seemed to be that person from the night. Otherwise, the coincidence would be too much. Because no one would reject their own things. If Zheng Xianjing's initial rejection of the necklace was because she was indifferent to fame and wealth, why would she reject this hairpin? Could she not recognize her own belongings? She was clearly playing hard to get. Did she think Mr. Du was like the impressionable young boys out there? Ignorant. Mr. Du lightly curled his lips. Wang Ziki didn't understand Mr. Du's meaning. Mr. Du didn't bother explaining further. He simply said, "This matter still needs to be investigated." Wang Ziki scratched his head. "Mr. Du, are you sure Jing Xianjing is not that person?" "No," Mr. Du replied indifferently. Wang Ziki continued, "But that car definitely belongs to the Jing family." Mr. Du turned another page of the Buddhist scripture. The person in the car that night was Jing Xianjing, and the person photographed by the fans was Jing Xianjing, but Jing Xianjing was not the person who appeared in the alley. If my guess is correct, the real person who saved me should be the owner of that Phoenix brand bicycle. At certain times, people may have a strong sixth sense. Mr. Du trusted his own sixth sense. Because the person who could save him was definitely not an ordinary, vain woman. But this Jing Xianjing, she was more vain than the average. She even tried the old trick of playing hard to get. How cliched. Wang Ziki scratched his head. "Mr. Du, are you sure that Phoenix bike wasn't just a hallucination?" He always felt that the bicycle was a hallucination of Mr. Du's. No. Despite his serious injuries at the time, Mr. Du was certain it was not a hallucination. With that, Mr. Du stood up from the chair, turned his Buddhist scriptures over, opened the lid of the incense burner, and stoked the burning incense. "You go ahead. Come and tell me when you found out the truth." "Okay." Wang Ziki nodded, turned and walked out the door. Since he couldn't find the real savior, Wang Ziki had to start over with his investigation. This time, he looked into everyone in Beijing who had bought a Phoenix brand bicycle, and began investigating them one by one. Both Zheng Sheng and Zheng Gao were extremely vain. Despite being warned by Mrs. Zheng not to spread around the news about Jing Xianjing saving people, in less than a day, the whole circle of aristocracy had heard about it. Chapter 776, Wise Uncle Du, Ignorance. _5. Keep in mind, Jing Xianjing is their grandniece. The grandniece's glory is their glory. Master Du is not someone ordinary rich families can get in touch with. Who wouldn't be envious of Jing Xianjing at this moment? Those who had previously ignored Jing Xianjing were now back flattering her in every possible way. Flattery is built on belittling others. To flatter someone, you must relentlessly belittle someone. Thus, Ni Yang became the one everyone was stepping on. Even though Mr. Abner supported Ni Yang, how could Mr. Abner compare to Master Du? Abner is from F country, his power is in F country. In China, he is just a wealthy foreigner. Xianjing, who is Ni Yang? She's just a country bumpkin. You, on the other hand, are a legitimate rich and noble lady. What can she compare with you? Jing Xianjing, as proud as a peacock, lifted the corners of her mouth into a triumphant smile. "See you, do you really think so?" Zhang Siyu nodded, "Of course it's true." Jing Xianjing laughed softly, intending to embarrass her, "But didn't I hear you say a while ago, that blood is thicker than water? How can a foster daughter compare to a biological one?" Zhang Siyu looked somewhat embarrassed and pretended to have forgotten. "Ah? Did I? I don't remember saying that. We've been sisters for so many years, Xianjing, how could I say that about you?" Jing Xianjing pointed at her ear. "I heard you loud and clear, was it not so?" It seems that Jing Xianjing is not going to let this matter go today. Zhang Xiyu said with a forced smile, Xianjing, my dear sister, even if I said that, can't you forgive me just this once for not seeing the bigger picture? It's all my fault for underestimating people. If it were not for Zheng Xianjing's current success, who would be willing to put up with her mood? Look at her smug expression. In her heart, Zhang Xiyu cursed Zheng Xianjing 1,000 times. Zheng Xianjing glanced at Zhang Xiyu. Xiyu, you were right about one thing, you should never underestimate people. Zhang Xiyu forced a smile, echoing, yes, 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 you're right, Xianjing. So, can you forgive me now? Since you admitted you were looking down on people, how about doing an impersonation of a dog's bark for me? Zheng Xianjing continued. At these words, a ripple of laughter went around the room. The wealthy daughters looked at each other, seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. Even the usual sisterhood was gone, and no one came forward to mediate the situation. Such was the plasticky sisterhood of the wealthy households. Zhang Xiyu's face turned green and white. Xianjing, stop kidding. Zheng Xianjing turned to Zhang Xiyu. I'm not joking with you. Zhang Xiyu took a deep breath, opened her mouth and under enormous pressure, made a dog's bark. The room immediately erupted in laughter. Zheng Xianjing burst out laughing, surprised. Xiyu, I was just kidding with you, I didn't expect you to actually bark like a dog. Zhang Xiyu stared at Zheng Xianjing. What are you talking about? Zheng Xianjing repeated, I said I was joking. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. To gain Master Dust's protection, would you even abandon all dignity? But your barking really does sound like a dog. While saying the last two sentences, Zheng Xianjing burst into laughter, and everyone else joined in. Their laughter was like a thorn, piercing Zhang Xiyu all over. She was utterly humiliated. Zhang Xiyu's fury was instantly ignited by Zheng Xianjing. She stood up abruptly, a joke. Zheng Xianjing, you dare to joke about this? Zheng Xianjing had a hint of smile on her lips. What? Angry and embarrassed? When you were humiliating me, you never thought this day would come. Zhang Xiyu was so angry that she was shaking all over. She grabbed her bag and stormed off. Even if Zheng Xianjing never had the intention to forgive her from the start, she shouldn't have toyed with her like this. This was too hateful. Zheng Xianjing didn't care about this matter. A mere Zhang Xiyu wasn't worthy of her attention. These days, Zheng Xianjing received many gifts, including jewelry, the supreme skincare products with a radiant glow, and a VIP membership card from a famous boutique. Looking at these precious and luxurious gifts, Zheng Xianjing once again realized the importance of power. Chapter 777, Wise Uncle Du, Ignorance. _6. Take for instance the coveted membership card to Wuxia Xianxia. It's not something you can simply buy with money, you have to seize the right moment. She had heard of Wuxia Xianxia before and always wanted to go, but there was always a queue, and she hated having to lower herself to wait in a line, so it remained just a thought. Now, someone was actually offering her a membership card and pleading for her to accept it. These days, Zheng Xianjing had been feeling extraordinarily pleased with herself, but gradually, she started to become restless. Because Wang Ziki hadn't visited her for a week. That's not right. Logically speaking, Wang Ziki should have come long ago. Could something have gone wrong? Zheng Xianjing promptly went to Zheng Lingling to discuss her concerns. Mom, what do you think is going on? Zheng Lingling didn't take this matter to heart and laughed, saying, there's nothing to worry about. If Master Du is trying to test you, hanging you out to dry for a month is normal. For now, all you need to do is keep still. Don't be like an ant on a hot pan, then you wouldn't be any different from those vulgar fans. Playing hard to get wasn't only a strategy women used, men of power and influence would use it too. After her speech, Zheng Lingling gave a meaningful reminder. Xianjing, if you want to achieve something big, you have to be patient. The longer you lay low, the greater the rewards. Being reassured by Zheng Lingling like this made Zheng Xianjing feel a lot better. Mom, you're right. I know what to do. Zheng Lingling nodded. Good. There weren't many classes in school these days, so Zheng Xianjing stayed home every day. Those who wanted to curry favor with her were practically trampling over the Zheng household's doorstep. Seeing so many visitors bringing gifts to Zheng Xianjing every day, Mrs. Zheng couldn't help but say, "Xianjing, there's an old saying that one shouldn't accept rewards for nothing. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to accept these gifts from other people?" Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? These weren't things she wanted, but things others were pleading for her to accept. That old hag, she's only being critical because Ni Yang's popularity had been overshadowed by her. She was too much. Zheng Xianjing said with a smile, "Grandmother, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to accept their gifts either, but they insist on giving them to me. Furthermore, they haven't asked me to do anything in return. They give me gifts and I also return gifts to them. This is normal among friends." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zheng felt somewhat relieved. "It's fine as long as you're returning gifts. Us Zhengs shouldn't do anything to provoke gossip." Ni Yang had been very busy recently. She had to study the 13 ghost needle techniques, manage the sound system at the shop, visit the noodle restaurant, milk tea shop, ice skin jade body shop, and Guosei Tianxiang regularly, and also find time to take her school exams. After the exams, Ni Yang and Han Xiaoyu went home together. Han Xiaoyu didn't have a bike, so Ni Yang was able to give her a ride. When they reached their destination, Han Xiaoyu jumped off from the back seat. "Yang, there's still time, why don't you come to my house and hang out?" In her previous life, Ni Yang didn't have many close friends, so in this life, she felt especially grateful for any friendships that came her way. She nodded, "Sure." Han Xiaoyu comes from an average wage-earning family. Both her parents worked in the factory. Her father, Han Xingli, was the factory manager, her mother was the workshop director, and the two of them earned a combined monthly salary of 120 yuan. They had 3 children and owned a house in Beijing, living life neither too well off nor too poorly. They were an upper-middle-class family. "Mom, this is my classmate Ni Yang. She's our school's campus beauty and the all-rounder I've been telling you about, who jumped grades and even came first in the exams. Just call her Yang. All parents like high-achieving girls." On hearing Han Xiaoyu say this, Han's mother was quick to say, "Oh, this is Ni Yang. So the good student looks like this. Come on in and have a seat, come on in and have a seat. Xiaoyu has told me all about you. You don't mind if I call you Yang, do you?" Ni Yang is not only an excellent student but also very attractive, it's hard not to like her. "I don't mind." Ni Yang shook her head with a smile, "That's what names are for. Just look at the way this girl speaks." Everything about Ni Yang seemed perfect to Han's mom. On the other hand, Xiaoyu could do no right in her eyes. In conclusion, all the good daughters belong to others. Seeing Ni Yang's manners, Han's mother couldn't help but offer her the treasured oranges from home. "Yang, have an orange. Don't hesitate to make yourself at home at Auntie's place. I heard from Xiaoyu that you've helped her a lot with her studies. Thank you so much." Ever since she became Ni Yang's classmate, Xiaoyu's grades had significantly improved. The teacher even said it was a sure thing that she would get into a university. Ni Yang chuckled, "Auntie, you don't have to be so formal. It's normal for classmates to help each other." Her words resonated deeply with Han's mother, and she thought to herself how considerate and endearing this girl was. Han's mother hurriedly peeled an orange for Ni Yang. Yang, eat up and don't be a stranger to Auntie." Ni Yang took the fruit with a word of thanks. "Thank you, Auntie." Han's mother said, "You girls chat. I'll go out and take a walk. Young people have their own topics to chat about." She couldn't contribute to the conversation and would rather go out and have a chat with some friends. "It's hard to find a day to rest." Ni Yang nodded, "Take care, Auntie." After Han's mother left, Han Xiaoyu said, Yang, do you know? My mom is usually very tight-fisted, and this is the first time she's been so generous." When Han's mother took out the oranges, Xiaoyu was shocked. She couldn't believe the woman in front of her was the same person who had argued and fought over a needle. Ni Yang laughed and said, I think Auntie is quite nice, she's very reasonable. Han Xiaoyu made a merciless comment about her own mother. She is quite reasonable, but she tends to be stingy and stubborn. You don't know this, but years ago she had a fight with Aunt Wang over a needle. Now the two of them wouldn't speak to each other even when they crossed paths. Just then, footsteps could be heard outside. Is Aunt Han home? Who is it? My mom is not home, come on in. Han Xiaoyu called out without looking up. In a short while, the visitor came in from the yard. Sister Xiaoyu, you're home. Here is the 2 yuan I borrowed from your house last time. I'm returning it to you. Yan. Han Xiaoyu stood up from her chair. By the way, how's your grandmother? Is she feeling better? Wu Yanyan nodded. She's much better after taking the medicine. That's good, Han Xiaoyu said. Let me introduce you, Yanyan. This is my classmate and good friend, Ni Yang. Yang, this is Wu Yanyan, one of our neighbors. Just call her Yanyan. Ni Yang walked over with a smile. Nice to meet you. Chapter 778, Direct Confrontation. What is her name? _1 Typically, beautiful people have always had a knack for making lasting impressions. Wu Yanyan couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity with the pretty young lady standing in front of her. Before she could gather her thoughts, Ni Yang initiated. Yanyan, do we know each other from somewhere? Standing slightly shorter than Ni Yang, Wu Yanyan tethered somewhere around 5 feet 4, her body thin, her complexion somewhat yellow from what could be attributed to long periods of malnutrition, which also seemed to have tinged her hair the same shade of yellow. Her features were distinct, her big eyes full of life and animated, almost as though they were capable of speech. In the almost May weather, she was still wearing a quilted cotton jacket, evidently indicative of her family's dire economic situation. Wu Yanyan had not expected such friendly and warm behavior from the young lady. She didn't seem to mind Yanyan's dirty appearance, and suddenly, it hit Yanyan. You were the one riding the bike on the street that day, right? Once Yanyan said this, Ni Yang started to remember. Yes. That's right. Did you get injured then? During that occasion, Wu Yanyan had left in such a rush that Ni Yang hadn't been able to ascertain whether she had been injured or not. Wu Yanyan smiled and replied, No, I'm all right. Your bike didn't even touch me last time. That's good to hear. Visibly surprised, Han Xiaoyu questioned, Yang, you and Yanyan know each other? Ni Yang explained the entire incident to Han Xiaoyu, laughing as she recounted their strange meeting. Han Xiaoyu nodded. Oh, so that's what happened. Wu Yanyan did have chores to do back home and could not stay for too long. After a brief chat, she prepared to depart. Xiaoyu, Yang, should get going. Han Xiaoyu continued, Oh, by the way, Yanyan, when will you start school? At her words, Wu Yanyan wore a dispirited look on her face. My mom just had another baby. I can't leave the house for a while. I have no clue when I'll be able to attend school. Han Xiaoyu chose not to say anything more, but asked her to wait a moment. Wait here. I'll be back. All right. Wu Yanyan gave a nod. Han Xiaoyu ran back into the house and returned shortly after with a red plastic bag. Yanyan, this is for you. The bag contained a few leftover pancakes from breakfast and 2 oranges. Wu Yanyan declined right away. Xiaoyu, I cannot accept this. You should take it back. Han Xiaoyu insisted, keep it. We can't finish it all anyway. Don't hesitate. Just take it. You should head back now. Your baby brother might start crying again. Then, thank you Xiaoyu. In those times, no one was wealthy enough. Han Xiaoyu's generosity touched Wu Yanyan deeply. After Wu Yanyan had left, Han Xiaoyu shared Yanyan's domestic conditions with Ni Yang. Wu Yanyan's father was disabled and could only perform some manual labor. Despite her mother's competence, a woman having so many children left her crushed under the burden of life. Wu Yanyan's family was, therefore, in a very bad situation. That's why Wu Yanyan was still wearing a quilted cotton jacket even in mid-May. Regardless of the era, there are always the rich and the poor. Equality of wealth always remains an unfeasible dream. Ni Yang was left sighing after hearing this. On returning home, Wu Yanyan found her two brothers playing in the mud and the other one sleeping soundly in his crib. Her two brothers, 9 and 7 respectively, were both of school-going age but unable to attend due to their family circumstances. How could Wu Yanyan burden her mother with the need for her own education? Wu Yanyan divided the 3 oranges into 5 parts. For her father, her mother, her 2 brothers, and her grandmother. Big sis, where'd you get these oranges? They are so sweet. Delicious. Her elder brother, Wu Dalong, swallowed all his share in one gulp. Her younger brother, Wu Erlong, looked at the 3 pieces of orange in his hand and immediately offered them to Wu Yanyan. Big sis, I don't like sour food. I won't eat it, but you can have it. He wanted to keep the oranges for his older sister because when there were good things, she always thought of them first while going without herself. Wu Yanyan patted Wu Erlong's little head, smiling, you have it. Big sis has already eaten. These oranges aren't sour. They are sweet. Big sis, you should have it. I don't feel like eating them. Wu Erlong showed a reluctant face. Wu Yanyan understood her little brother's sentiment, eat it soon, or I will give it to Dalong. On hearing that he could have another piece of orange, Wu Dalong's eyes lit up with excitement. Chapter 779, Direct Confrontation, What is her name? _2. Upon hearing that the orange was for Wu Dalong, Wu Erlong immediately retracted his hand, then, I'll eat it myself. Wu Dalong wasn't happy. Erlong, didn't you say you didn't like it? That was just now I do. Wu Erlong quickly stuffed the orange into his mouth. Wu Yanyan watched the exchange between his 2 younger brothers with amusement before walking towards their grandmother's room. Their grandmother was a product of the feudal society and still had bound feet. As such, she was incapable of heavy labor and mostly stayed at home. Grandma, here is an orange. Wu Yanyan offered the orange to his grandmother. Give it to Dalong and Erlong, I don't really like it, replied his grandmother after a glance. Please, try it. Both Dalong and Erlong have already had theirs. Wu Yanyan said. No, take it to your parents. I don't want it. His grandmother shook her head. Elders often tend to keep the best for the younger ones, disregarding their own needs. Mom and Dad also have their share, I'll leave it here for you, said Wu Yanyan, placing the orange on the table. If I say take it away, take it away. Grandma Wu suddenly raised her voice, you stubborn girl, why do you always argue with me? Having no other choice, Wu Yanyan took back the orange. Your parents work so hard during the day, let them have a bit more. Grandma Wu advised. All right. Wu Yanyan nodded in agreement. Returning to her room, Wu Yanyan found her youngest brother, Wu Xiaolong, awake. Wu Xiaolong was just 3 months old. At his fussiest time now, he demanded to be carried the moment he awoke. Yan Erge's breast milk didn't flow well. Her children were not plump and fair as one might expect but rather lean and slightly dark-skinned. While Wu Yanyan was holding her brother in the yard, a plump middle-aged woman entered. Yanyan is at home. Yes, I am. Wu Yanyan stood up. Landlady Auntie is here. The landlady's surname was also Wu, Wu Lan. She was the complete opposite of the Wu family. They were all dark and slender, while she was fair and tubby, looking as if she carried several swim rings around her waist. It's mid-month, did you prepare the rent? Wu Lan inquired. Wu Yanyan nodded, I'll fetch it right away. The rent was 10 yuan a month. Despite being in financial straits, the Wu family never defaulted on their rent. Wu Lan was a kind person. Knowing the Wu family's condition, she only charged them 10 yuan a month for rent originally worth 12 yuan. Wu Yanyan fetched a 10 yuan note that her mother had prearranged and handed it to Wu Lan. Landlady Auntie, please take this. After accepting the money, Wu Lan glanced into the room. Yanyan, are your parents not at home? Wu Yanyan nodded. Wu Lan sighed, it's tough on you, bearing such burden at such a young age. Which family in Beijing would have a girl this young drop out of school to take care of her siblings? But then again, there was no other choice. Grandma Wu couldn't do manual labor due to her bound feet, and her 3 brothers were still young. Wu Yanyan shook her head. "I'm not suffering, landlady auntie." Wu Lan smiled. "Auntie knows you're capable." Not only was she capable, but she was also pretty. With those big eyes and prominent nose, which other girl in the neighborhood could compete? If she got an education, went to university, she could become a golden phoenix. What a pity though, wrong family. Just then, Grandma Wu came out of the room, leaning on her walking stick. Auntie, it's me." Wu Lan greeted enthusiastically. Grandma Wu approached slowly. "Oh, it's Lanzi." "Auntie, I was just praising Yanyan. Not only is she pretty, but she's also so sensible. You'll be blessed in the future." A smile didn't cross Grandma Wu's face. "We're so impoverished, what use is beauty? It can't be eaten like rice or spent like cash. The rich derive pleasure from beauty. But what use does a poor person have for beauty? Beauty can't save you from hunger." Wu Lan forced a smile. "Well, Auntie, I've got other things to do. I won't bother you more. I have to leave now. Go on with your work. Don't let an old ruin like me hold you up," nodded Grandma Wu. After Wu Lan left, Grandma Wu returned to her small room with the help of her walking stick. The thing Grandma Wu did most every day was spacing out in front of the window. Her son and daughter-in-law were struggling so much. She wished she could help, but regretfully there wasn't much she could do about it. After calming down her little brother, it was time for Wu Yanyan to prepare dinner. The rice jar was almost empty. Watered-down rice porridge was the only option. The leftovers from the restaurant a few days ago had long been eaten. Fortunately, there were still pancakes given by Han Xiaoyu, enough to scrape together a meal for the night. Chapter 780, Direct Confrontation. What is her name? _3. Wu Yanyan stewed porridge while holding her younger brother. By the time the porridge was ready, Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu had returned home. Yan Erju worked at the rice shop, carrying 150 caddies of rice per bag for 2 cents. 10 bags of rice amounted to 1 cent, and Yan Erju could carry 60 bags a day, earning about 1.2 yuan a day. But not every day of the month had work at the rice shop. On average, only 15 days of the month did, which meant that Yan Erju made about 18 yuan a month. Because of his disabilities, Wu Jinshu could only do odd jobs at the construction site, earning only 0.2 yuan a day. The couple's combined monthly income was 24 yuan. But with 4 children to raise and other necessities, housing, water and electricity to pay for, they were almost always in debt by the end of the month. Wu Yanyan was a very sensible little girl. Yan Erju and Wu Dalong were busy with work, so they didn't have to worry about the house, which Wu Yanyan kept tidy. Wu Yanyan served the food on the table. "Mom, Dad, dinner's ready." Dinner was very simple, just porridge and pancakes, with a side of pickles. Yan Erju nodded approvingly. "Was Xiaolong a good boy today?" Wu Yanyan replied, "Xiaolong was very good." "That's good to hear." Yan Erju loved her eldest daughter very much. If it weren't for her, their family might not pull through. Despite their struggles, life wasn't that terrible. Wu Yanyan brought out some oranges. "Mom, Dad, have some oranges." Wu Jinshu was surprised. "Xiaoyun, where did you get these oranges from?" They could certainly not afford to buy oranges considering their current state. Wu Yanyan explained, "Oh, never mind that. Dad doesn't like oranges. Dalong, you and Erlong can have these." Dalong happily took the orange. Erju, with hands empty, smiled, "I don't like them either, Erlong. You can have it." Wu Erlong shook his head, "Sis already gave me one." "You should have it, Mom." "I don't want it." Wu Erlong still refused. "I want it." Wu Dalong, ever the glutton, took the orange from Yan Erju and began to eat it hungrily. Wu Yanyan reprimanded him, "You are such a glutton." Dalong made a face at Wu Yanyan. Yan Erju laughed, "He's the younger one, Xiaoyun. You should let him have his way." Despite being reasonable, Wu Yanyan still felt upset as she felt Dalong was too unreasonable. Yan Erju, on the other hand, felt it was just normal for kids. Once they've grown up, they would understand. During dinner, Wu Yanyan said, "Mom, our landlord came for the rent today. Did you pay it?" Yan Erju asked. Wu Yanyan nodded, "I did." Then she added, "By the way, Mom, we're out of rice at home." Although this topic was a bit heavy, it had to be addressed. Without rice, there would be no meals. Yan Erju took 2 yuan out of her pocket. "I just received this as my pay today. Spend it carefully." 2 yuan was a significant amount for the Wu family, but Yan Erju trusted Wu Yanyan. She knew her eldest daughter wouldn't spend money frivolously. "Okay." Wu Yanyan nodded. Just as she did, Wu Jinshu finished his meal, and she went to serve him more. Granny Wu, who usually ate 3 bowls of porridge, put down her chopsticks after only 2 bowls. "I'm full. I'm going to bed." In those hard times, people ate less. Wu Jinshu was surprised. "Mom, why did you eat so little today?" "I can't eat anymore." Granny Wu replied. It wasn't that she couldn't eat anymore or that she was full, she just wanted to save a bit more. She was old, and if she could save, she would let the children eat more. The kitchen was at the other end of the yard. As she was returning to her room, Granny Wu bumped into Wu Yanyan, who was bringing back rice. Wu Yanyan asked, "Granny, have you finished eating?" Granny Wu nodded, "I'm done." Then, as though she'd just remembered something, she added, "We don't have enough food at home. Your dad and mom work hard every day, and Dalong, Erlong, and Xiaolong are all growing children. You and I are the only ones who don't work, let's eat less." After saying this, Granny Wu turned and walked towards her room. Wu Yanyan was startled. It took her a moment to understand what Granny Wu meant. Chapter 781, Direct Confrontation. What is her name? _4. She felt wronged. Even on the verge of tears. But she kept them at bay. She's the elder sister. She mustn't cry. Wu Yanyan took a deep breath. After composing herself, she finally stepped into the room. At dinner, her father Wu Jinshu noticed something was amiss. "Xiaoyun, why are you eating so little today?" Wu Yanyan laughed and replied, "I was making pancakes in the afternoon, and my stomach was grumbling, so I ate a couple atop, and now I can't eat any more." Wu Jinshu said, "It's been hours since the afternoon, shouldn't you be hungry by now?" "Dad, I'm not hungry. Do you think I'm a fool who doesn't know to eat when hungry?" Wu Yanyan responded. Then Yan Erju chimed in, "Xiaoyun, you must eat. Even though we are poor, we still have money to afford food." Wu Yanyan laughed, "Mom, where is your mind wandering off to?" Seeing that she'd indeed had enough, her parents said no more about it. After dinner, Wu Yanyan started the dishes and cleaning. Wu Erlong hurried over to help. "Sister, let me dry the dishes for you." Wu Yanyan said, "Thank you, Erlong." Just then, a voice came from outside the kitchen, "Dalong, Erlong, come over here. Grandma is calling me, I'll go first." Wu Erlong put down the dish. "Go ahead." Off the brothers went into Grandma's tiny room. "Grandma, what do you need us for?" Wu Dalong asked. Grandma stealthily brought out a greasy package from behind her. "See what this is." On realizing the package contained 3 lard pancakes, Wu Dalong exclaimed excitedly, "Ah! Lard." Grandma quickly shushed him. "Why are you yelling? Do you want to bring everyone here?" Wu Dalong nodded. With so many mouths to feed, would there be enough to go around? Wu Dalong nodded again. Grandma doled out a pancake each to Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong. Left one for Wu Jinshu. Given Wu Jinshu's poor health, it would be a good fortifier. These 3 pancakes were sent by Grandma Wu's daughter earlier in the day. She saved them until now, waiting for Jinshu to return so that she could give them to the children. Knowing Dalong's nature, Erlong didn't refuse. He stuffed the pancake into his pocket. "Thank you, Grandma." "Silly child, why be polite with your grandma? Just remember to hide it from others. Grandma Wu advised. Wu Erlong nodded in reply. At bedtime, once Wu Erlong heard his brother snoring, he stealthily crossed over to the other side. His elder sister was sleeping next door. The three siblings actually slept in one room, but Jin Shu had segregated the room with a curtain in consideration of their genders. Short on rooms and cash strapped to rent a larger house, they had to resort to such measures. It was all pushed by life's harsh circumstances. Elder sister. Wu Erlong gently nudged Wu Yanyan. What's wrong, Erlong? Wu Yanyan rubbed her eyes. Elder sister, I have something for you. Wu Erlong pressed a tantalizing item into Wu Yanyan's palm, which instantly made her mouth water, given she hadn't had her fill at dinner. A lard pancake? Where did you get it? Wu Yanyan asked. Wu Erlong answered, Grandma gave it to me secretly. Please eat it quickly, I've already had one. As he finished, he made a beeline for his own bed. Wu Yanyan's eyes welled up, barely holding back her tears. This lard pancake was, in her memory, the most delicious one she'd ever tasted. Years later, she still remembered this particular night vividly. Her grandmother subtly hinted to her not to eat too much and to save food, while her little brother presented her with a lard pancake. There's no price tag on love. Wu Yanyan had choked down that pancake with tears in her eyes. Ni Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui moved to the Zheng family's house again. Naturally, Ni Yen went with them. The Zheng family had been bustling these days with a constant flow of guests. Whenever Zheng Xianjing passed Ni Yen, she held her head high, extremely proud, even though Ni Yen had no clue what she was so smug about. In the living room, Zheng Lingling made Zheng Xianjing the center of attention, smilingly saying, Mom and Dad, I heard there's a newly opened restaurant in Beijing that's doing great business. The food is absolutely delicious, and the ambience is excellent as well. The only drawback is the membership card requirement. If you don't have one, you will have to queue with many others. Those with membership cards, however, will be provided with private rooms. Chapter 782, Direct Confrontation, What is her name? _5. Ni Yang gave a smiling response, You're referring to the Gus Tianxiang restaurant, aren't you? Upon hearing the words, Gus Tianxiang, Ni Kuihua's expression shifted subtly. Ni Yang had informed her beforehand not to speak about ice-skin jade flesh and Gus Tianxiang to anyone, so she didn't even tell the Zheng family. The Zheng family, not to mention Shengguan Dehui, didn't have a clear understanding either. These businesses belonged to Ni Yang, not hers, so she didn't bring them up to show off. Zheng Lingling didn't expect this country bumpkin, Ni Yang, to even know about Gus Tianxiang. Yes, that's right, Gus Tianxiang. I initially thought of taking everyone, including your grandparents, for a meal there, but unfortunately their membership cards are in limited supply, you can't just apply for one. Good thing she has a very capable daughter. Even such a sought-after membership card was offered to her. Next, Zheng Lingling could continue to diminish Ni Yang while boasting her own daughter, Zheng Xianjing. Yang, you must really want to dine in such a good restaurant, aren't you? Zheng Lingling continued, Well, you're in luck. You can just bask in Xianjing's glory today. Just a few days ago, someone gifted her a membership card. Upon hearing this, everyone else looked at Zheng Xianjing in surprise, envy filling their eyes. Zheng Xianjing was indeed extraordinary. Even a Gus Tianxiang VIP membership card was given to her on a silver platter. Everyone knew that Gus Tianxiang's VIP membership card was going for 5,888 yuan on the market, the key point being, it was priceless due to scarcity. Ni Yang smiled faintly, I can go whenever I want to. Zheng Lingling sneered, then you must be prepared for the queue. Ordinary customers and VIP ones are treated differently, like difference between commoners and the emperor. Xianjing, as a cardholder, gets direct access to the VIP rooms on the third floor. How could a person like Ni Yang possibly have a membership card? I don't have a membership card. Ni Yang responded flatly. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Zheng Xianjing's face. She knew it. How could someone like Ni Yang, a little country girl, possibly possess such a luxurious item as a VIP card? Breaking the silence, Ni Yang, with a change of tone, continued, but I can enter their VIP rooms on the 3rd floor by showing my face. There was no such thing as face identification in this era. Everyone was looking at Ni Yang in confusion. Jiang Xianjing stared coldly at Ni Yang. Face identification? What face identification? It should be shameless, right? Ni Yang continued to explain, by face identification, I mean, while they check everyone else's membership cards, I am their VIP, so I don't need any card to enter. Just my face is enough. Bragging. A contemptuous voice sounded from the side. The speaker was Lu Kersen, Jiang Xianjing's bestie. She had to do a good job of kissing up to Jiang Xianjing, who was in her moment of glory. Ni Yang didn't get angry, continuing, if Miss Lu doesn't believe me, how about we make a bet? How are we betting? Lu Kersen didn't believe a word this country bumpkin, Ni Yang, was saying. Her best friend was also a Wuxia Xianxia VIP customer, and she had never heard of any face identification service provided by Wuxia Xianxia. Ni Yang continued, if I can get into the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor of Wuxia Xianxia by face identification, Miss Lu will pay for everyone's meal today, how about that? Sure. Do you dare to go? Lu Kersen provoked. Ni Yang replied with a smile, as long as Miss Lu has the guts, I can go all the way. All right, then it's a deal. Jiang Xianjing stood up and said, grandparents, let's go now. I never knew that Wuxia Xianxia offered a face identification service. It's a good thing that Yang is here to show us. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang knew that Ni Yang never spoke without assurance. They laughed and said, right on, we also want to see whether Wuxia Xianxia is as good as you all claim it to be. The group headed to Wuxia Xianxia. Mr. Zhang, who was leading the way, looked at the big sign and couldn't help but exclaim, Wuxia Xianxia, The calligraphy is really good, the calligrapher must be a great talent. Ni Yang could not help but blush a little. Lu Kersen was waiting for a chance to make fun of her. She turned to Ni Yang and said, didn't you say you could get in by showing your face? Well, you should lead the way then. Ni Yang stepped forward. There was still a long queue at the entrance. The 2 greeters, who were new, asked, hello, how many are you? Do you have a membership card? Chapter 783, Direct Confrontation, What is her name? _6. Upon hearing this, a mocking expression appeared on Jiang Xianjing and the others' faces. Jiang Xianjing walked over to Ni Yang, intending to teach her a few lessons as the elder sister, to not brag and to be down to earth. Just as she was about to start, 2 other receptionists in traditional Han clothing walked out. Sorry for the wait, Miss Ni. The new hires didn't know about your identity. Please follow me. No problem, Ni Yang smiled slightly. This left Jiang Xianjing stunned. Lu Kersen was also stunned. Lu Kersen quickly grabbed one of the receptionists by the sleeve. You're mistaken, right? She can enter without a membership card? The receptionist smiled and replied, as Ms. Ni is our esteemed VIP guest, she can indeed enter without a card. Jiang Xianjing clenched her fist. She had hoped to seize this opportunity to show off, but instead, Ni Yang stole the limelight. How infuriating. Since Lu Kersen was paying, Ni Yang didn't hold back and ordered the most expensive dishes. The total cost of the meal would amount to no less than 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Seeing the prices on the menu made Lu Kersen wince. If she had anticipated this, she wouldn't have pretended to be generous. While she wasn't short on money, still, 8,000 yuan was enough for her to travel abroad 2 to 3 times. The theme of the restaurant, National Beauty, was traditional Chinese. With wall murals depicting scenes from the painting along the river during the Qingming festival, hand-carved lamps, and even redwood handmade chairs, the classical decor stood out as a breath of fresh air in an era that idolizes modern design and Western culture. Old Master Zhang looked around and commented, the owner is no ordinary person, they have a rich cultural background. Madame Zhang nodded in agreement, I reckon they must be of considerable age. The younger generation these days are not fond of old-style things. Weddings in ancient times were grand affairs complete with phoenix crowns and red wedding gowns. Now, they wore white wedding dresses instead. Madame Zheng, having lived through those days, had a hard time accepting white in a festive celebration such as marriage. The most crucial thing about national beauty wasn't just the service or the environment but the taste of their dishes, which was simply unparalleled. Whenever someone dines here, they would immediately think of national beauty whenever they thought about dining out in the future. Halfway through the meal, Ni Yang excused herself to conduct some business with Gu Lanji, as she considered this a good opportunity to discuss the restaurant's revenue. The third floor was a VIP area and thus was quiet, but the second floor was quite bustling with food carriers and customers. As Ni Yang was descending the stairs, a food carrier crossed paths with her. The food carrier was a tall girl who didn't notice a banana peel on the stairs as her hands were full. She stepped on it, losing her balance, and was about to tumble over. Just then, two people, one on each side, reached out and steadied her arm while two other hands prevented the tray and food from tipping over. "Be careful." Two voices echoed out at the same time. One voice was gentle and calm, like an April breeze. The other voice was warm and soothing, reminiscent of the sound emanating from an ancient bronze bell. The girl was visibly scared and quickly said, "Thank you, sir, thank you, ma'am," before hurrying off to deliver her dishes. Only then did Ni Yang realize that she and a man dressed in a scholar's robe had saved the food carrier. Unlike modern men, he was dressed in an ancient robe with a pair of simple fabric shoes on his feet, his hair neatly combed back into a ponytail, and a string of Buddha beads in his hand. His fair skin contrasted with the brown beads, his hands well-defined. Strangely, his hands appeared more beautiful than a lattice by threefold. His manner was gentle and courteous, making it hard to guess his actual profession. While she was observing him, he was also observing her. She was beautiful, probably the first impression of most people. His gaze reminded him of a line of poetry: "Only Mudan truly represents the national beauty. When it blooms, it stirs Beijing." "The young lady possesses remarkable agility," said the man, none other than Mr. Du. Ni Yang gave a faint smile, likewise. This man's quick reaction indicated that he was well trained in martial arts. His skill was not in line with his outward appearance and personality. Ni Yang didn't say much more. She picked up the banana peel from the stairs and continued down. Mr. Du was slightly taken aback. He turned to watch Ni Yang's figure, leaving a furrow in his brows. Her voice seemed familiar. Where did he hear it? A beautiful lady like her would have left a deep impression if they had met before. But he couldn't recall where he had seen her. Ni Yang found Gu Lanji downstairs, discussed the business matters and emphasized on the restaurant's sanitation. Had she and that man not responded promptly, the consequences would have been disastrous and it would have negatively impacted the customers on the stairway. Upon hearing this, Gu Lanji felt a chill. If the food carrier had fallen, she, as the manager, would also have to bear the blame. Luckily, it didn't happen. "Sure, Yang, I understood. I'll discuss with the cleaning department to increase their frequency of work to ensure such an accident doesn't repeat." Ni Yang nodded. "By the way, which private room is the man dressed in scholar's attire a guest of?" Ni Yang inquired. Gu Lanji thought for a moment and replied, "I believe he's from private room 9. Ni Yang instructed, "Once you confirm he's from private room 9, take the food carrier girl with you, apologize properly, and waive off his bill. Also, the mishap occurred due to poor sanitation, don't blame it on the food carrier girl." Understood. Once the discussions were over, Ni Yang left the office and returned to the third floor. Gu Lanji was an efficient individual. Upon confirming that the guest Ni Yang referred to was from private room 9, she immediately took the food carrier girl with her to apologize. Interestingly, only two people occupied the spacious private room 9. One was sitting while the other was standing, possibly a master and his servant. After explaining their purpose of visit, Mr. Du put down his teacup and absent-mindedly fiddled with his Buddha beads. "No need for waiving the bill, just answer a question for me." Gu Lanji bowed slightly. "Please ask, sir. Mr. Du raised his eyes slightly, his voice as gentle as ever. What is the name of the young lady with excellent agility? Chapter 784. Please give me another chance. _1 A capable young girl? Gu Longji was stunned for a moment, then recalled that he must be referring to Ni Yang. That young girl is also a VIP member of our restaurant. As this involves the guest's privacy, I can't disclose detailed information. Gu Longji said. Di wasn't an unreasonable person. Upon hearing this, he slightly hooked his lips in a smile and said, okay, I understand. You may leave. Gu Longji nodded, turning to leave with the food server. At the stairway, the curious server asked, Manager Gu, who do you think that guest is? That guest was quite extraordinary, even in the modern times. He still wore a traditional long robe and cloth shoes, yet didn't seem at all out of place. He was graceful and handsome. His every move was reminiscent of a young master from a wealthy family depicted in TV dramas. Due to his attire, Gu Longji had a bit of an impression of Di, who was a frequent guest here. He remembered that on his first visit, the restaurant's membership cards were sold out. He wanted to acquire a membership card even at 10 times the price. That was certainly impossible. The restaurant did not practice favoritism for anyone. In the end, he, like the other customers, queued for almost 3 hours before finally entering the restaurant to dine. The next time he came, he already had in his possession a membership card. As a kind-hearted boss, Gu Longji shared, he is definitely an important figure. Such important people are not ones we could casually recognize. You should just focus on your work and be more careful in the future. Although the restaurant had its fair share of VIP customers, there weren't many like Di. Yes, I understand, Manager Gu, the food server nodded. After using Lu Kurson, Ni Yang was in a pretty good mood. I want to thank Mississippi Lu for her generous contribution which allowed us such a wonderful meal. Lu Kurson, barely suppressing her retching, had no choice but to bluster in embarrassment. It was only 8,000 yuan. It's not a big deal. Ni Yang laughed. Mississippi Lu is indeed very generous. Lu Kurson's face turned green and then white with rage. She was on the verge of losing her temper. Zheng Xianjing took hold of Lu Kurson's arm softly, saying, Kurson, my younger sister was just joking with you, don't get angry. Only then did Lu Kurson's face look slightly better. It was crucial not to offend Zheng Xianjing. After all, Zheng Xianjing was currently Du Ye's lifesaver. Lu Kurson tried quietly to please Zheng Xianjing. Xianjing, you're always so sensible. On the contrary, your sister is just a low-bred country bumpkin who couldn't possibly fit into our circles. Her mere presence depreciates us. Upon hearing that, another young lady promptly agreed in a whispered tone, absolutely. How could this rural bumpkin even compare to our Xianjing? Hearing their flattering voices, Zheng Xianjing felt extremely satisfied. Her lips curled in triumph. After finishing their meal, the group left the restaurant. The old lady cradled little Ni Yun in her arms while Ni Yang walked by Zheng Laoye's side. Zheng Laoye, who wasn't normally a chatty person, unusually enjoyed having a lively conversation with Ni Yang. Yang, I know a place that sells delicious candied hawthorns. Do you and Yun want some? The mention of candied hawthorns excited little Ni Yun. Yes, I want. Zheng Laoye laughed, all right. I will buy some for you. Zheng Laotai said, children should not eat too many sweets. It's bad for their teeth. Zheng Laoye retorted, why are you always picking on things? What harm can occasionally eating a string of them do? Did you lose your teeth because you ate sugar as a child? The half-toothless Zheng Laotai, I'm speechless. Little Ni Yun happily said, thank you, Grandpa. You're the best. Grandpa, carry me. Zheng Laoye took little Ni Yun into his arms, setting her on his shoulder. Grandpa will take Yun Yun and sister to buy candied hawthorns. Little Ni Yun was thrilled, riding the horse. Giddy up. Ni Yang laughed, I would prefer not to have the candied hawthorns. I have to attend to some business in a bit. You can take Yun Yun. Zheng Laoye replied, then, I'll buy some for you and you can eat it when you come home later. Seeing this, Jing Lingling and her mother both had unsatisfied expressions on their faces. So, Ni Yang and Ni Yun are human, and Jing Xianjing is not? They bought candied hawthorns for Ni Yang and Ni Yun, completely forgetting about Jing Xianjing. Favoritism. Such blatant favoritism. They're being so blatantly partial that it's beyond infuriating. Chapter 785, Please Give Me Another Chance. _2. Moreover, when Jing Xianjing was a child, old Master Jing wouldn't even smile at her, let alone pamper her. Truly, one's own child always comes first. Two old codgers. Jing Lingling wished she could strangle old Master Zhang and the old lady. Master Zhang, holding little Ni Yun, said, Ting Ting, Dahui, you guys can go wherever you want, and your mom and I will take Yun to play. Lingling and Xianjing, if you want to go out, feel free to wander around, otherwise, go home. Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dahui were newlyweds, so they should have some private time together. Shangguan Dahui simply adored his father-in-law, Dad, then he'll take Daya and leave first. Please take care of Yun. Jing Lingling felt suffocated inside but managed to force a smile on her face. Sure, Dad. Ni Yang also said, then he'll go ahead, Grandpa. Go on, go on. Master Zheng waved his hand. Third floor of the National Fragrance. Mr. Du and Wang Ziki stood at the floor-to-ceiling window on the third floor. Is that Jing Xianjing? Wang Ziki nodded. Yes, it's her. Mr. Du pointed to the slim figure next to Master Zheng. Who is that? Wang Ziki squinted. I don't know that person, but the Jing family recently found their biological daughter. I think that should be the daughter brought back by their biological daughter. Because Wang Ziki had been investigating Jing Xianjing lately, he knew quite a bit about the Jing family. Mr. Du twirled his Buddha beads, his face expressionless. Investigate her. Investigate Master Zheng's biological granddaughter? Why would he want to investigate Master Zheng's granddaughter? Is he interested in her? Wang Ziki was stunned for a moment, then said, all right. When his words were done, Mr. Du continued, how is the investigation on that case from last time going? There's no news yet. Wang Ziki replied. Beijing is not like Shanghai. Shanghai is full of their informers. Finding someone in Beijing is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The most important thing is, they hardly have any leads. At least when they were looking for Jing Xianjing, they knew the car model. It's so difficult. Meanwhile, Shangguan Dahui took Ni Tsuehua to stroll around and watch a movie. It was rare for them to have these moments alone together. The streets of Beijing in 1985 were not as closed off as before, with couples hand in hand everywhere. Shangguan Dahui held Ni Kuihua's hand. Look, there's a cotton candy stall over there. Let's go buy a couple. Ni Tsuehua laughed. We're not kids anymore, why would we want cotton candy? This cotton candy is just like cotton, fluffy and it dissolves as soon as you put it in your mouth. I'm sure you've never had it before. Besides, who made the rule that only children can eat candy? Adults can't? Cotton candy originated from the West and was invented in 1897, but the cloud-shaped cotton candy only recently appeared on the streets of Beijing. While they were talking, Shangguan Dahui led Ni Tsuehua to the cotton candy stall. Boss, 2 cotton candies, please. All right, that'll be 6 cents. Since it's a novelty, the price is a bit high. Shangguan Dahui pulled 6 cents out of his pocket and handed it to the street vendor. Here. Shangguan Dahui handed 1 string to Ni Tsuehua. Ni Tsuehua glanced around a bit embarrassedly before accepting it. Shangguan Dahui bit into the cotton candy, laughing. Daya, try a bite and see if it's sweet enough. It was Ni Kuihua's first time eating this kind of cotton candy. She took a bite, and even though it was quite big, it dissolved into sugar water as soon as it entered her mouth. It was quite sweet, but not worth it. It looked like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't even a mouthful. Not far away, a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase watched enviously as Shangguan Dahui laughed and talked with Ni Tsuehua. Seeing this warm scene, an involuntary smile of nostalgia appeared on his face. This man was none other than Zhao Shen. These days, he had been reflecting on himself. He was wrong. He was truly wrong. He shouldn't have hurt Shangguan Furong. Even though Shangguan Furong was a bit temperamental, as her husband, he should be forgiving. He definitely should not have brought Lin Fong home when Shangguan Furong was feeling disheartened. At that time, if he had repented timely, he might have been able to win back Shangguan Furong. Now, Shangguan Furong and their children are gone. Only he and Lady Zhao are left in the Zhao family. Every time he gets off work, he doesn't want to go home. He's afraid of facing an uncheerful home. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.